And I was shown that that Lucifer would return, that the UN and the Vatican were going to be completely behind it, again, under false pretenses. He's going to show up and say, I'm here to save the day, right? And, okay, fine,
Yeah, of course, you can say
it.
whatever you want. But I've always hated censorship. It's the internet.
Sometimes, once they get you for your first love bite, well, it depends on how aware you are, right?
I forgot my bullets. I never had a gun. Here I am left standing. Am I the only one? For what I see, memories have guilted me. I'll never see the sun.
First of all, as you know, the Anunnaki and the Draco are enemies. Second of all, underneath Baghdad was a stargate that was created by the Anunnaki so that they could transfer from Jupiter to the Earth.
I'll never see the sun. I could just end it all, but the demons will have won.
Practitioners that, some are good and some use their magic for good and to heal and to help, and others do use it for evil. And, in some cases, people really were.
This is too much sometimes. From the broken ruins of Babylon, this is End of Days Radio. I'm your host, Daniel, broadcasting to you all the way from that shimmering Emerald City right here in the heart of the Pacific Northwest. From someone who knows to witness as I like the real rock garage music sound. And that's exactly what we were going for with the whole thing. We like that kind of garage band, MTV sort of feel here. Today's date is Saturday, May 18th, 2024. The year of our Lord 2024. Today's guest is none other than Courtenay Turner. And I quote from her description on X. She is involved with the Courtnay Turner Podcast, Dangerous Dames, Pirates Free Media, Rebels for Cause. She's a motivational speaker, congenital rubella warrior, and a freedom fighter. And we will get to her in one moment. Just wanted to remind you guys to head over to endofdaysradio.com. You can get an updated schedule of who's coming on the show. From there, you can donate to the show. Just click that donate link. You can donate through PayPal. You can also donate crypto, Bitcoin specifically. And also, if you have anything that you would like to say to me, feel free to use the comment section or the chat. But you can also email me at danielendofdaysradio@gmail.com. If you have a guest suggestion, if you have any comments, if you'd like to appear on the show, if you would like me to appear on your show, your podcast, your internet radio show, your blog, whatever you got, if you'd like me to appear, go ahead and email me there. But enough jabbering. Let's go ahead and get to our guest.
Hello.
Hello. Am I saying your name right? Is it just Courtney or Courtenay?
It's Courtney. It's spelled like Courtenay, but yeah, it's Courtney.
Oh, okay. I was about to say that's very fancy, Courtenay.
Yeah, it's the French spelling. So.
Okay, Courtney. Let's take it from the top. Like, where are you from? Originally,
I grew up right outside New York City, I lived in Manhattan for several years, Midtown Manhattan. Then I moved out to Santa Monica, California, and I am now in Tennessee.
Oh, Tennessee. Are you close to Nashville?
I am. Yeah, not too far.
Why? I'm curious because I've been kind of interested in the area lately. What drew you to Tennessee?
Freedom. I was in Santa Monica, California during the lockdowns, and it was not a good time. So it was definitely, I had several like series of events that were kind of building. I think the final was someone chasing me down the street with a knife, wearing a mask, screaming at me that I was a murderer because I did not have a mask on. I think at that point I decided I'd had enough.
Holy moly, that's scary.
Yeah.
This happened
Yeah.
in Manhattan?
Pardon?
The knife wielder, was this in New York?
No, this was when I was in California.
Oh boy, that's
Yeah.
scary. Sorry you had to go through that.
Yeah, it was not good. And that was just, one of many events. So I had several really, bad experiences that were right around that time where I was like, okay, I think it's time to move on. So
Now, did you grow up with any sort of religious upbringing or anything like that?
I did not. My dad, my family, like by heritage, is Jewish, and both of my parents actually grew up fairly religious. They had religious upbringing. My dad was a hardcore atheist from the time he was 11. He actually made a deal with his parents that he would have a bar mitzvah, but only if they would give him Brooklyn Dodgers tickets, like season tickets. And so my dad was very, very bright, and he went through Hebrew school. He learned Hebrew. He did the whole process. And, he said that he was an atheist, but that he would do it for his parents if they would, in exchange for these Brooklyn Dodgers tickets. And so he did, but he really never had much religion. He was a very big supporter of religion. He believed that, the value system that were inculcated, he thought were very useful, and he was a big supporter, but he personally didn't believe. And my mom was always searching. It's kind of interesting with the work and the research I've done now to see some of the things that growing up, my mom was always looking. She joined all sorts of different types of churches growing up. She's now, as I've gotten older, I think she's joined a temple, and she's still searching. So yeah, but I was not raised with any kind of formal religion. So
Did you like, was your neighborhood, was it kind of a Jewish community?
It was very mixed. There were Jews, there were a lot of Catholics, there were a lot of Asians who were not particularly religious. So it was very, very mixed. We had all sorts of, yeah. I grew up
Gotcha.
really close to New York City, so it was a very kind of mixed environment.
It's a big melting pot, so they say.
Yeah.
So, when did you start to realize that things were not how they seem? When did you start to realize that there was some kind of, I guess you could call it, mental slavery going
Mm.
on?
Sure. I would really say, I always make the joke that it took me a really long time to find the train station. Then I found the high speed rail, and I've been scrambling to kind of catch up over the past few years. But really, for me, it was, the COVID, if you will. That experience was a big wake up call for me. I I was always in these areas. I grew up, I guess, politically more quote unquote right wing leaning. I was always surrounded by people who didn't agree with me. My academic, like early academic career, actually was penalized, like in high school, for not taking the left wing analysis in class, in my papers, on the debate team. I was always getting penalized for it. And then I went to college. It was a much more,
What specifically were they? What did they have an issue with?
well, I'll give you just one example. When I was in high school, I remember it was my history class. I still remember her name, and it got up the nerve to kind of approach her about this paper because I got a B- on this paper, and there was not a single red mark on the paper. And I remember saying to her, this isn't a great grade, and you have no comments for me, so I'm not really sure how I could improve next time. And she said, well, you didn't praise Fidel Castro. And I was a little naive, and I just had kind of my, reflexive response. And I said, well, he was a murderous dictator. I'm not sure what there was to praise. And she said, well, that's why you got the grade you got. So it was, yeah,
because you did not agree with her political leaning.
exactly.
That is the worst.
Yes.
Nothing worse than teachers that act that way. That is so contradictory to what they
Yeah.
should be about.
How is one supposed to foster, independent inquiry and critical thinking skills if they're being indoctrinated and they're being pressured to align with a specific viewpoint? So I experienced this from a very young age. And then, of course, I moved to New York City after college, and I was in the entertainment industry for a while. And and then I moved out to LA. So it was just, I felt like I was always surrounded by people who didn't agree with me, and it was always creating obstacles. So I really took a break from any kind of involvement, or not even just involvement, but even voicing or even paying much attention, because it just caused so much strife in my professional and personal relationships. So I really was kind of in the dark for a while. And then it was around, 2011, I guess, during the Obama years, where it was kind of hard to continue to bury my head in the sand. And I had gotten invited into a group. It was called FOA, Friends of Abe. This is an organization that was so secret that it was on the front page of the New York Times. But they were essentially a quote unquote underground Hollywood conservative group. And it was really just a fellowship that had been started by Gary Sinise. But people would make the joke that it was harder to come out as a Republican or conservative in Hollywood than it was to come out, as a gay person. And that's why they chose the name Friends of Abe. It was after the Friends of Dorothy. And Abe is for Representative Abraham Lincoln. So this group was a fellowship, and I had joined that group, and I had, started to meet a lot of people who were all in the industry, but they were much more outspoken. So I had a group to be able to discuss a lot of what was going on and some of the ideas. And it was really, I think at that time when I had a bit of a mini awakening, because I started to dive down the rabbit holes of the Frankfurt School. And I was a philosophy major in college. So this was something that, I really understood pretty quickly. I was familiar with these philosophers and, certainly the psychologists who influenced a lot of these philosophers. And I realized how much I was lied to by my professors and how slanted their perspectives were, because none of what I was reading was what I was told. And, it was coming from a very specific vantage point when I was in school. So this was definitely, I used to say that I was, I guess, fiscally conservative and socially liberal. It just made things easier. People seem to accept that and tolerate that in the milieus that I was immersed. But then it was really at that time, and especially when I started doing that research, that I realized, that one can't be extricated from the other, and they're intentionally very intertwined. And that was a bit of kind of, I say a mini wake up, because I was still very immersed in the left right paradigm. I was still very much involved, and I took the perspective that things could be solved politically, which I now see. I don't necessarily see things that way, and I think my perspective might have been a little bit overly optimistic and naive. And it really wasn't until 2020 where when I started the podcast and I started doing really deep research, that I realized, I started the podcast saying that the Republicans were behaving as controlled opposition for the left. And if only we could just get the right people in office, we could solve this whole mess. But now I really believe that they were created from the inception to be controlled opposition for the left. And things are way more complicated than just the outward facing political perspective would lead us to believe.
Yeah, that's I've definitely noticed something very similar going on. You can use the January 6th in so-called insurrection as a
Mhm.
great piece of evidence for that.
Sure.
There, yeah, I'm sure you've seen the videos of the QAnon shaman being kind of escorted into the building. A
Sure.
lot of funky, weird stuff surrounding that whole thing.
Oh, yeah.
Um, even with Trump saying "Fight for me" on it was called Twitter at the time, and then all of a
Mhm.
sudden, he's just kind of
I
denying
still call
having.
it Twitter, but yeah.
Yeah, me too, me too. It's so confusing,
Yeah.
but um, it does seem like that because I remember when the Trump campaign started. Alex Jones, he
Mhm.
was, and I don't know whether or not you agree with this, but a lot of people in the truth community, perhaps not the majority, but a lot of them believe that Alex Jones is controlled opposition.
Mhm.
That's a popular viewpoint, and the fact that he was so pro-Trump
Mhm.
and this whole interaction between the two almost seemed to kind of start a movement unto itself. And then you fast forward, you get into the whole QAnon thing, and it seems like conspiracy theorists and conservative became a little bit too closely intertwined, and I feel like
Mhm.
that's something that's still happening right now as we speak.
Sure.
The whole anti I don't want to talk about the what too much because I've had issues with it, but the jabby and all that stuff.
Mhm.
It's been anything anti jabby has been very associated with the right wing and conservatism, and
Mhm.
I don't think that helps the right at all. That's something that it does seem like it's being used as a tool to kind of make certain people look a little bit loony.
Yeah, so I think I actually tweeted this not too long ago, maybe a few months ago, so maybe it wasn't that recent, but I don't want to undermine the fact that there are philosophical presuppositions and that there's ideological roots to a lot of these labels, things like conservative, liberal, classical liberal, Democrat, Republican, but oftentimes in a practical application, what they really become is target audiences for marketing, and that's what I really see being used to weaponize the Hegelian dialectic. And I think so when they try and take an instance or a viewpoint and they try and put it into the box of a specific label, and I think that's what we very much saw. They were really trying very hard to create this narrative that these people who are in this, category think a certain way and they're in this box. And I think that is not productive. It's not useful. And it's actually not really true in many cases. When you bring up controlled opposition, I have an analogy. I think a lot of people don't really understand the nuances of controlled opposition. This is not to say that controlled opposition doesn't actually happen. There is, definitely. There are some very specific, intentional controlled opposition. In fact, there's a very interesting article. You can find it on the CIA website, and it's about mice to rascal. And I think I have the document actually over here, and I can probably pull it up. But mice stands for money, ideology. Then the C is a double entendre. It's either compromise or coercion. And then the E is for ego. And this was a document referencing the best ways that they can select for assets, like intelligence assets or controlled opposition assets in some cases. And they switched to rascal because they felt that was um, a better model. I think around World War II was around the time when they switched it. I don't know if I can find the exact document, but anyway, but I have this analogy for it because I think people often think that it's like a very specific plant that is a controlled opposition, and they think it's like very nice and neat kind of intentional operation. And oftentimes it's a little messier than that. And I think you have to recognize when you're dealing with humans, you're going to have very complicated, nuanced scenarios. And there's a lot of levers of power and situational pressures on people. And so the analogy that I use is if you were to climb like a really tall scaffolding of like a really tall building, like a skyscraper, when you're at the bottom of that building, you have a harness on, but you barely know the harness is there. Like you could move laterally, you could go up and down a few steps, you could probably even just unclip them and, just walk off. But the higher up you go, the tighter those strings become. And I think that's kind of what happens as people rise ranks, whether it be, individuals rising in power, whether it be organizations or companies as they grow. Those strings start to get a lot tighter on them. Now, suddenly they have a lot. The magnitude of situational pressures increases and the levers of power on them increases. And I think when we're thinking about controlled opposition, people want to make it very black and white. It's like, this is good, this is bad. And it's really typically not how it works. And I've talked to people who have worked in psychological operations in the military, and they often tell you that it's not lies that are often weaponized. Typically, they'll tell you 90%, maybe 80, 90% truth, and then 10, 20% lie. And what I've found is that it's often not even just the lie, the 10, 20%, but sometimes it's even just weaponizing the truth or a obfuscation of the truth. So I think people need to take that into consideration when they're thinking about how to discern information. I always say that if people were to spend as much time as they were vilifying or glorifying a source as they did adjudicating the information that was offered by that source, we would live in a very different world.
There seems to be a definite effort to pit the younger generations against the older generations. Earlier, you mentioned stuff happening in school where you felt that teachers, they're in a huge position of power. I mean, not only are they talking to naive minds of the youth, but they are in a position where they could give you a bad grade if you don't agree with them, et cetera, et cetera. But it seems like there's kind of this narrative going like, oh, the older generation, they hate gay people, they hate they're racist, this and that, they're religious nuts, and we got to escape the matrix that they created, and for us, like a mini matrix. And you hear them throw the term boomer around a lot. Oh, that's boomer think. Oh, boomer this, boomer that, as if the wisdom of the older generations that have been celebrated in every civilization throughout history is now being completely discounted. And if you're an older person with life wisdom, you're a boomer, and now you don't know what the hell you're talking about. You're just trying to hold everybody back.
Well, I mean, it's very, again, this is kind of like the dialectic. It's very advantageous for them to lump people into groups, for people to associate their identity with a group rather than carve out their own individual identity. And there's a lot more power in weaponizing groups against each other. It's much easier to get groups to fight against each other. You build an allegiance to that group, and now your identity is enmeshed with it. So you're likely to defend them. And what typically happens is you get like these, Gnostic elects who are typically the leaders of that group. And then they become kind of the mama bears of the group. What happens with like women typically score higher on compassion, in various personality tests. And this is not to say that men aren't compassionate or can't be compassionate, but typically there's biological reason for this, right? Because women want to be very compassionate to their offspring, and they tend to be very in tune with that. But what happens if there is a threat, an outside threat to that offspring? They're not going to be compassionate to them. They are going to become vicious mama bears. And this is what happens with these groups. So now you typically have these people who, I call them the Gnostic elects, but they become kind of the representative of those groups, and they become very, passionately defending the group. And so now you've got these people, and of course this, makes them feel like they're doing something for the good of somebody else. It's weaponized compassion, essentially, is what it is. It's exploiting the best aspects of humanity, in my opinion, in order to divide and conquer, and to just strip people of their individual identity, to create these blocks of group identities that are now warring against each other. And for people who I call them the parasite class, who have a lot invested in people battling each other and destroying each other, much easier to have them do their bidding for them rather than to have to destroy them themselves. So I think, yeah, that's part of it. It's also, I think it erodes some of the nuance of individuals when you have these, because this is periodization, and we see this in how we study history as well, right? You learn about like the Renaissance period, the Enlightenment period, the information age. It's categorized, and what happens when you lump things again into this very nice, neat bow is you lose the detail. So not every Enlightenment thinker thinks the same way or had the same ideas that they brought to the forefront. Many of them actually had conflicting, competing ideas, but you lose all of that when you start saying, okay, it's the Enlightenment, it's the Renaissance, it's the boomers versus the X versus the Zoomers and the millennials. And that just, now we've lost all respect and attention to the details of the individual. So
Yeah, I think that's very true. And then there's also the aspect of things happening in the brain as you get older. I think there's something that goes on with males, like their brain kind of like fuses together or something like that when they get older. I'd have to learn more about that before I go too deep into it. But it's kind of like that saying that you hear where you can't teach an old dog new tricks. Like once I reach a certain age, you're not going to be able to indoctrinate me because I already kind of have carved out who I am. And you see this in the workplace as well, where older people can kind of be discriminated against, and promotions and things like that are offered to the younger generation who can be molded and programmed and are more submissive to an older authority figure. Like if I'm a certain age, I'm not going to let, if I'm 40, I'm not going to let a 30-year-old kick me around and tell me what's what. And,
right.
Because I know they don't really know jack compared to my life experience. And I see that over and over again. They call it age discrimination. And I think that these experts out here, they have their think tanks, and they know exactly how to manipulate the population. And you've seen it before with things like the hippie movement or the punk rock music and things like that.
So when you talk about like the boomers, and of course they were a byproduct of this whole hippie generation, the counterculture movement. And, I think part of what a lot of the younger generation takes issue with when they use that term, when they're criticizing the boomers, is the boomers experience tremendous indoctrination and brainwashing. And so, because as you said, it's much more difficult to learn an old dog new tricks, as the saying goes. People do tend to become kind of ingrained in their belief systems, their ways, and they're creatures of habit. And so I think what happens is a lot of the boomers have been really fed very specific intentional narratives. And I think a lot of some of the younger generations who are starting to realize how much they've been lied to and how much how much has been weaponized against them. It's very difficult when they see a lot of these boomers who, and this is not true this is generalization. Obviously, there are boomers who are very awake and very open to learning new things, but typically they've been taught a certain way. And it's much harder for them to now look back at their lives and believe so much of it has been a lie. And for them to accept that maybe so much of what they've held dear might not quite be as they were taught. So I think that's part of where that dichotomy and that frustration comes in. I mean, certainly the counterculture movement, we know, was a total psyop. And by the way, I did find this document. It says rethinking an old approach and an alternative framework for agent recruitment from mice to rascals. And you can find this on the CIA website. So it's a really interesting read. But it is all
Can you
about
hold that
how
a
they
little bit closer to the camera.
Maybe. Can you read that?
Barely. Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah. So, but yeah, that's kind of some of my thoughts. But yeah, I mean, I've done a lot of research on the counterculture movement. Certainly one of my big topics is Tavistock, and they were very involved in creating the counterculture movement, the drug experiments. Certainly, the National Training Labs was Kurt Lewin's project that's tied to the NEA, National Education Association. Esalen is kind of an offshoot. It does look like Esalen seems to be CIA tied. There's a whole document on the Esalen hot tub diplomacy. You can find that on the CIA website. And that was basically relations with the Soviet Union. And to sum it up, essentially paraphrasing, it was like sex, drugs, and rock and roll. We're going to create world peace. But yeah. Excellent. It is the USA's Tavistock. I would agree to some extent, although the official headquarters of Tavistock in the USA would be the A.K. Rice Institute. That was in 1957. It was based on Wilfred Bryan's work, Kenneth A. Rice, and I'm blanking on her name, Rioche. They partnered up to create in the A.K. Rice Institute in the United States. And that is literally very publicly known as being like the outpost for Tavistock in the United States. But yes, Esalen works very closely with, it was, Murphy and who was the other one? Price. But they had all sorts of it was all based on Maslow, who worked with Tavistock. I'm reading an interesting document right now that was published by it was A.K. Rice. It was very interesting. They published this, the Stanford Research Institute, and they published it right around the same time they did Changing Images of Man. Which for people who are not familiar with that document, I highly recommend people read that. There was another one done based on Changing Images of Man in the 2000s, and it was done by the Fetzer Institute, where they created the CASEL, which is known as SEL, S-E-L, Social Emotional Learning, that is being, put in all the schools right now. But that was called Changing Images 2000. And essentially the whole, in it, the very cliff notes is the age of Aquarius. So like Marilyn Ferguson's book was actually based on Changing Images of Man, but that was designed to popularize the ideas in this book. But it was the idea that man has an image of himself, and we need to change it into a post-industrial world and to usher in the age of Aquarius. But at the same time that they were doing that, around the same time, they did this it was Maslow's unfinished works. It was called Politics 3. And it was, he was working on it, but he died before he finished it. Interestingly enough, I'm actually through marriage, he's my second cousin, I think it is, once removed. But yeah, so Abraham Maslow, who most people think of as, the self-actualization, they think about the pyramid of needs, the hierarchy of needs. And I think when people think of it, they think of it as very much being individual self-actualization. But really what he was working towards in this document was composing his work that he didn't finish. But this Politics 3 is all about how they can use self-actualization for politics, and it was about holism. So it was the idea of evolution of man towards this super organism of humanity versus individualism. And we're seeing this with all the new thought leaders. Certainly if you look at the spiritual underpinnings of the UN, Alice Bailey's work, Lucius Trust, it's all a very similar framework. So
Dr. Robert, no worries, we love it.
Hey, what's up, man? How you doing?
Hey, good to see you.
Hello, guys. How are you?
Hi. Well, thank you. Hi.
I'm groovy, man. I'm just listening, enjoying it, digging it.
Thanks.
It's groovy, man. Groovy, man. But don't you think, going back, you talk about, because you're kind of like, I want to make sure I'm getting you correctly, right? You're kind of talking about social engineering a bit.
Mm-hmm.
Am I correct on that? Am I characterizing that properly?
That's talking about social engineering? Sure.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
But so with that in mind, governments have always done these things, and philosophers have always engaged in the same thing that Maslow's doing right now. It's kind of just like a curse of the human condition, right? Because what is Plato's Republic, right? It's a form of social engineering, right? He says, that human beings should be should not know who they're procreating with, and all the children should be children in common, right? And then there's this whole thing about like the noble lie. You ever heard of noble lie in Plato? Like the
Yep.
noble lie, like you tell them a lie, even though it's a lie, because the intention is good, right? And it's promote society and direct us in the right direction, right? And it's good to tell those lies too. So that's kind of just inherent, right? In Western political thinking, from the outset, right?
So my thoughts, and I actually did it's a pretty extensive, long dive on Plato and Aristotle, and I called it Decoding Weaponized Philosophy. So my thoughts on it is that, the parasite class, if you will, they cherry pick from various philosophies and philosophers, and they weaponize it to serve their agendas, and also to pit people against each other, again, to pit viewpoints against each other. We very much see this weaponized with the dialectic, right? Hegel's dialectic. My views on Plato are not quite as conventional. I don't necessarily think that he was advocating for the Republic. I don't know how much of Plato you've read, but I think he was using it to point out an absurdity. I don't think he was advocating for the Republic as a utopia to be taken seriously. I think he was proving a point that actually works against the Republic. And the reason I say that is just because of some of his other writings, like the Timaeus, the Sophist writing, and really also reading Socrates. Socrates was very much he would speak in absurdities. He would use humor to get people to come to their own conclusions. And I think a lot of times the people, and I really think this comes out, if you look at like people like Habermas and a lot of the Frankfurt School thinkers, they are the ones who talk about Plato as being a model of communism. And do I trust them? I really think that they were weaponizing it in order to, because there are other things that Plato did that I think very much go against, the totalitarian structure of education that we're seeing now. A lot of what he did really does foster independent critical thinking and gives you foundational tools for real education versus indoctrination. And I think in order to steer people away from paying attention to that, or from giving classical training to students today, they painted him as a villain, the father of communism. And I'm not sure that that's entirely true. I mean, we're talking about thousands of years ago. I wasn't there. I don't claim to be the authority or the expert. But I think that a lot of, there's a lot to be said for teaching people classical education, the trivium, the
Plus,
quadrivium.
they didn't have shoe factories back then.
But isn't that what I said? Like, that's the noble lie, right? But isn't that what I said, right? That's the noble lie, right? So like they're doing exactly what Plato said.
Right, but I'm just saying I'm not sure that was Plato's intention. I think that
no one can be sure of his intentions. We don't know Plato. Like, I wasn't there in Athens. I wasn't there in Greece. I never really talked to Plato face to face. No one has, right? But that's
right.
why,
I think a lot of people don't read anything other than the Republic.
My point was just, that's why we use reason and logic, right? To kind of make rational connections, right? Although we aren't there. There's also the problem of the hermeneutical circle, right? Because we never really participated in ancient Greek culture. And a lot of it is what we're speculating about it, right? Like, we can't really.
Yeah, right. But that's really not so much my point. My point is more that I think people take an aspect. I know I was a philosophy major, and many of Plato's works were never.
Yeah, I'm a doctorate in philosophy from Berkeley. So, but I'm saying though, just based on what you're kind of saying, like, we're just kind of saying the same thing, basically. Like, that's the noble lie, right? Like, because Plato believed that, like, human beings, right, we're incapable of knowing truth. It takes a lot of philosophical discipline, right? to kind of get past the senses and make contact with the world of forms, which is the pure form, right? That's why he made Plato's cave, that allegory, right? That like when you show people what reality really is, right? It's painful. That's, talks about the dark cave, like you're adjusting your eyes to the light, and it's painful and it's uneasy. And some people are so upset because it makes it uncomfortable, right? They actually go out and kill the messenger, right? Who gave them the message, right? Which is kind of like him, telling secretly what kind of happened to Socrates, right? Because he was killed basically for corrupt news. So I get what you're saying. I'm just saying, like that's just a given. Like, none of us can actually know what the hell this man was talking about. But I'm just going to end it there. But like, I see your perspective too, though. But I wasn't challenging you. I was just kind of trying to build with you a little bit.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I mean, yes, they absolutely use a noble lie. That's not a mystery. And they've very much taken the model. They've used it as a blueprint in order to construct. I would argue that very much that's the model that's used for. I didn't come up with this term. It was actually Matthew Crawford who. I have an episode that'll be released next week with him, but he's done some phenomenal work. But he calls them the mobs. He says that it's the military, occult, banking syndicate. And I think that's a very accurate description, even more so than the military
I agree
industrial
with
complex.
that. I agree with that. Yeah. I agree.
Yeah, right. But I think very much this whole construct of that is in the Republic and the noble lie is very much how the mobs operate. And I think if nothing else, they've used it as a blueprint. I'm just saying that I think oftentimes people look at it because, as I was saying earlier,
have you heard of neoconservatism and Strauss? And this is over here, like he's from like the Claremont colleges over here, but that's exactly what neoconservative is, right? Like they weaponize. He goes as far as to say that, right? Like in his view, right? Like the people are incapable of governing themselves, right? We just don't have that capacity, right? And that's kind of Socratic too, right? Because I don't know if you're familiar with the Socratic ship of state argument.
I don't think so.
Okay, the ship of state argument. All right, this is why we have public education in our schools, right? Because when our framers were first like trying to determine what type of government we have, because they know they didn't want a monarchy, right? They just fled one, right? You agree with that? Like monarchy.
I'm having a lot of trouble hearing you.
I'm sorry. They weren't cool with a monarchy, right? Because they just fled one, right? They just been ruled by a king, right? They kind of persecuted them and trampled on their rights, right? But they were considering a democracy, right? But at the time, right, like Aristotle kind of believed like democracy kind of was like faulty too, right? Like it was a bad form of government, right? So basically,
it turns into mob rule. So
yeah, exactly. So what they tried to do, they tried to prevent mob rule, right? And the way you prevent mob rule, right, is that you have to make everyone in society educated on politics, right? That way they can't be lied to and manipulated. And that's the ship of state argument, right?
Yeah.
Socrates says, like, you're on the ship, right? You don't want a plumber, right, to be your pilot of the ship, right? And tell you which way to go, right? You want an expert who's a pilot, right? Who knows about the stars and how to navigate things like that. So he made the argument that only experts, those who know, should rule in government, right? So to cure that, right, Thomas Jefferson said we have to make it where everybody knows, right? And that's why we have public education. So see, that's Straussonian, right? Like the elite, right? The few with power, right? That's why we have electoral college, right? Because
that's why we have what?
An electoral college, right? Because
electoral college. I wouldn't necessarily say that's why we have public education. That's probably the
electoral college basically is a safeguard against mob rule, basically, right?
Yes, I would agree with that. Yes,
right. Who come in, and even though like we might vote one way, right? They might view that we're voting against our interests. That's the argument, right? So they make the right decision for us, just in case we make the wrong decision, as the mob, right?
I mean that generally, I say it's a little bit more intricate than that, but yeah, that definitely electoral college. I would push back a little bit on that. That's why we have a public education, though. I think that's a longer conversation. We could go into the whole exportation of the Prussian model and the Americanization of Wundt, and that has a little bit more to do with the control of the state over the children, but.
I think that also kind of gets into the way that the universities and whatnot are set up in this country. It seems to be a case of that. Like, we are the elite. We know what we're doing. So our children are going to go to the best schools, and they're going to be educated in all these political ideologies and things like that to prepare them to be the elite of the next generation, to
Yeah.
prepare them to be the politicians of the
Right.
next generation.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, it's an indoctrination factory, and it kind of was from the inception. I think really great books on that. I recommend Anthony Sutton's work on the American Secret Establishment. I recommend all of his works. He did some really phenomenal research. Certainly, Charlotte Iserbyt. She dives into. She was a whistleblower for under Reagan about the BEST program. And this is her book, The Deliberate Dumbing Down of America. So she was
Oh,
talking
dang.
a lot
I'm not
about.
aware of that book. That looks interesting.
Yeah, and John Taylor Gatto is another great one. I mean, Charlotte was really focused on the school choice issue, but she uncovers a lot of other things in there, and so does Anthony Sutton and John Taylor Gatto. Those are great resources to understand the history of the American education system. So, and Cloak and Gown talks a lot about the university system and how that was corrupted through the secret societies.
I wanted to get kind of into this United Nations, Alice Bailey stuff. Who was Alice Bailey?
So Alice Bailey was a disciple of Madame Blavatsky. Madame Blavatsky was one of the co-founders of the Theosophical Society in 1875. There were, I think, something like 19 co-founders, but she's certainly one of the most well-known. And I guess her and Alcott, who had very significant military ties. But Madame Blavatsky was the mentor of Alice Bailey. And Alice Bailey... interestingly enough, a lot of them, like Blavatsky and Bailey, had grown up being Orthodox Christians. And it was in the middle of a service when Bailey was very young. I think she was around 10 years old. I might not have gotten that exactly right, but I think it was about 10. And a ascended master had approached her and told her that she could accomplish so much if she wasn't, restricted by these very oppressive cultural constraints. And he ended up being her ascended master, so her mentor, guide, Dual Cool, who she then worked with for, I think it was around 30 years, and she wrote 24 pieces of work with him. And he had told her, so her husband was Foster Bailey. He was a Freemason. She was one of the few women to be a co-Freemason. And it's interesting, a lot of these theosophers were theosophists, rather. Goodwin distinguishes between theosophers and theosophists, but there a lot of them that were co-Freemasons, which is interesting because typically women can't be Masons, but Annie Besant, Madame Blavatsky, and Alice Bailey were also Masons. And it was her ascended master who told her that the mission of the Masonry was to create and fulfill a one world religion, and that was going to be part of her, mission in life and her accomplishment. And it very much seems that way. She created Lucifer Publishing. I believe it was in 1921, and it was a few years later, I think 1923, where they changed it to Lucis Trust. A lot of people felt that was a little too on the nose, Lucifer Publishing. And she was very influential in, so the Lucis Trust is a consultancy to the UN. You can go to their website. This is not, me inferring or speculating. They say so directly on their website. I did a whole show on it. It was called Black Money Magic and the New World Order. People can find that on my channel. I will be doing another one talking about how they're doing World Invocation Day. That's
Your
coming
YouTube
up.
channel?
I just started my 5th YouTube channel, but I have not posted anything there. YouTube is not really a fan of mine, so they tend to scrub me. I have been scrubbed 4 times, so I encourage people go to my other platforms. I'm on Rumble, I'm on Rockfin, BitChute, Pill.net, and all of the audio platforms. I'm great. And I stream Twitter often, but yeah, no, YouTube. I will probably start posting maybe clips on there, but I don't think I'm going to go through the effort to post full episodes and get nuked again. So yeah.
How bad has it been? Are they just wiping you out?
Oh, they've wiped me out 4 times.
Oh my god, that's terrible. Sorry about that.
Yeah, literally 4 times, just gone. Everything just gone. I have one channel up. It's my Whim What Is Movement channel. It's not like political or conspiracy minded at all, and I can't even access it because they read like my IP address. Like I can't actually even get into my own channel to take it down. They have ads on there, so they're monetizing my channel that I have no control over and no power over.
Courtney, you heretic.
Huh?
Yeah, I said Courtney, you heretic.
I guess so. I'm a YouTube heretic, I guess. I don't know. It's weird. I don't know why they have such an issue with me. But anyway, yeah, so I did do a show on that, and I will be doing another one on the Lucius Trust and the World Invocation Day. But Alice Bailey was very influential on people like Robert Mueller. Robert Mueller, he worked for the UN for 40 years, I think 38 technically, but he was very known for creating World Core curriculum. Some of you may know that to be Common Core, or Charlotte Iserbyt calls it Communist Core. But he talks all the time about how he's very influenced by Alice Bailey and her work. But essentially, she was a theosophist, and they do believe there's various schools of thoughts within theosophy, but it popularized the New Age movement, which now they call it New Thought. They tend to have all of these split offs, but essentially it's another iteration of very similar, schools of thought. And when you look at it, it really looks very Luciferian. Blavatsky herself talks about Lucifer being being God, being the light bearer, the enlightened one. And Alice Bailey's works is very similar in that sentiment. So they talk about how they're going to let the plan of love and light work out. There's several videos that I've seen. It's a very it's interesting, but it sounds very dark and creepy. But they talk about how they will seal the door of the evil. I'm not sure on what side. They don't really specify that, but they do make it very clear that they are summoning the light, and that does seem to be the light of Lucifer.
Yeah, that's very, very suspicious indeed. It seems like this whole, you kind of talked about the Freemasonry a second ago, and there's something that Freemasons say, and I know I don't have this down right, so I'm about to just really butcher it. But there's a motto they have. It's something to this effect: "In His name, He blesses our great work." Something along those lines. It's one of those things they say. It basically, this great architect that they talk
he's
about.
The Grand Master Architect, right?
Yes,
That's
he's blessing them. And if you take the Freemasonic symbol and compare it to the sigil of Lucifer, it seems that the square and compass of the Freemasonic, the main logo, the main sigil, it's a piece of the sigil of Lucifer. And you kind of put these things together. You have the I think they call it the Eastern Star or something like that, which is actually
the Order of the Eastern Star. That's the women's, but that's what I was saying. It's so interesting that Besant, Blavatsky, Bailey, they were all Masons. They weren't Order of Eastern Star. They were actually co-Freemasons. And
was that like an honorary thing because they were just so
it was,
into it?
because typically women are not. Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Now, getting into this whole idea of Lucifer, this is something that I've definitely been interested in, partly because it's just so weird. But your thoughts, this Lucifer stuff, is this just an idea? Do you feel that there could be a real devil out there?
I don't know. I mean, I'm not. I think it's certainly possible. I do think there's real evil in the world. That seems to be very apparent. Whether or not there is a specific entity or not, I really don't know. I don't have a strong. I don't claim to be an authority on the facts of that. But what I do know is there are people who really do believe that there is. There are people who really do worship this entity. There are people who really do worship dark spirits and, who have a lot invested in bringing about the reign of Lucifer or whatever entity they call him. And that seems pretty dark and creepy to me. Even if the entity itself didn't exist, that alone is, concerning enough to me. So.
Definitely. And then to compound that with the fact that this is intimately tied with the United Nations, which I believe used to be called the League of Nations, which is
that was the precursor, sure. And that took many iterations. I think Kant was one of the first to really codify a notion of a League of Nations. And I'm going to butcher the name. I don't remember what he called it, but it was something like the Perennial Peace League. And it was this idea that this internationalist group would, or governing body would help to keep perennial peace. And I think this is where we get that propaganda that we need to have. We need to achieve peace through war. I think it's kind of derived from that. And then Fichte was really the closest to this concept of having a League of Nations. And Fichte was very influential on Hegel. And he was very much a mystic, and he was tied in with certainly the Freemasons, and he had connections to the Illuminati as well. So,
Courtney, it's nice to meet you.
You too. Hi.
Hello, Todd.
Todd, nice to meet
was
you.
just sitting here enjoying your conversation. I have a book I found years ago when I was young that they left at the place where I worked, the Order of the Eastern Star.
Oh, okay.
It's their handbook. Somebody left it. Wow. And has all their rituals and everything they were practicing. It shows all their badges and their ranks of order or whatever.
Oh my goodness.
And
okay.
it's so boring, but if you read through it. But man, it has all the technical details of where you stand, in the room to do the ceremonies. They have opening ceremonies, closing ceremonies. I kind of side with magic myself. I'm one of Daniel's buddies that believes in magic.
Okay.
You've touched on so many topics tonight. I want to start back with the first thing I noticed about the bear thing. If you look at it, mama bears are like the most dangerous thing you could run across in nature.
Sure.
You were talking about this. So, of course, they would use that, right?
Yeah.
As because it's true, especially when they're protecting their children.
Absolutely.
And so dangerous, very dangerous. If you see a baby bear, run, kind of thing, right? Because mom's somewhere in the background. That's what you teach you. She's out in the forest. The CIA, one of their biggest areas of interest for a long time has been in anthropology.
Yep.
Why would they study anthropology? Because they're looking at the earliest forms of human culture and where mind and thoughts develop. And how can we use those? How can we control people with that information? So the CIA has probably more anthropologists. They have more writers than anything, but they have probably more anthropologists, number two. Why anthropology? Again, it comes back to human behavior. If you can learn what controls people's brains at the basic, deepest function of their mind, you can control society. And if you look at our society, it is set up along ancient tribal lines. They disguise it slightly with modern institutions and words, but our whole society is set up on this sort of ancient tribal thing. You guys were talking about Plato's Republic a little while ago. one of the reasons that we love Dr. Robert is he is so smart, has a doctorate from Berkeley in philosophy. So we love Dr. Robert. He wasn't busting your balls. He was just kind of going through how he understands stuff.
My point to him was that, as somebody, I don't have a doctorate in philosophy, but my point was that
Me neither.
as somebody who has, I do have my undergrad in philosophy, and I feel like they very intentionally left out very seminal works.
Definitely.
That were not introduced to us. So maybe that was not his experience, and maybe at the doctorate level it was different. But my point, and I didn't know that about him, and he certainly seemed to know his stuff. I wasn't, trying to. But my point is that for most people who are introduced to Plato, all they know is the Republic. They don't even know that there was anything else, and
that's the only thing I ever read by Plato. So, and Plato's Republic describes our country almost to a T. The ruling class, the military class.
Yeah,
definitely. They brag about that. We use Plato's Republic as a blueprint. I love that we got your super brain on here because this show's full of super brains. One of the most interesting topics about culture creation is that Laurel Canyon and Tavistock was huge, influence in England. And Esalen was.
I think I've done 15 shows literally on Tavistock. That's like.
I'm going to go look at those. Listen to those
I've done
immediately.
a lot on Tavistock, and this is. I just got this book. Let me see if I can hold it close. And this was not an easy book to get, and it is. It was pretty hard to. But this is a wealth of information. It's the 50 years of the Tavistock Clinic, and it goes through the history since of the clinic to becoming the institute. A lot of the research I've done, I did a lot of research on the origins. So the Lie Factory, the British Propaganda Bureau that was really started in the early 1900s. Yeah.
Courtney, I love that you're recommending Anthony Sutton because I've read more Sutton books than I own now. One of the best ones, The Best Enemy Money Can Buy, took you from 1985 up to about. Or from 1970 to up to 1985 on the technological transfers that we gave the Soviet Union to make sure that they would always stay right up with us. But Sutton has incredible books, Wall Street and FDR, how the fucking Skull and Bones used FDR, Wall Street and the rise of Hitler, how they funded Hitler. Wall Street and the Bolshevik Revolution, the classics, going back to the First World War, where the elite set up the communists that we spend all of our money fighting all day long. And they sit and tell us they're still our dread enemy, even though they gave them all the fucking money. Sorry, excuse my French, but so I love that you're onto that. Thank you for coming on Daniel's show, Courtney. Maybe there's one more thing you mentioned. Alice Bailey and Madame Blavatsky. Blavatsky, has like 6 or 7 different books that are worth a fortune. The early books, if you have one, they're worth a fortune because people that believe in theosophy are seeking desperately to find those things. Anything on the internet can be changed. Any books on internet can be changed. Physical books can't be changed. That's one of the things that they'll hunt down. Ray Bradbury wrote a book, Fahrenheit 451, where he predicted in the future there will be firemen won't be putting out fires at houses. They'll be going around burning books. They'll reverse their occupation. And then if they find a stash of books, they'll go burn them.
I read that book as a kid, and I remember it. And I think there's a lot of truth in it. I have a ridiculous amount of books. I'm always telling people, even if they don't support my show, they can fund my library. I did do an Amazon affiliate, but they booted me. So unfortunately, I don't have that because I recommend books in every show. I'm a big proponent of people getting. I mean, sometimes I can't, and I end up getting the downloads, but I print those out. So I do have a physical copy. I'm blind to one eye, so it's reading on a screen is really hard for me. I prefer.
Oh, you're still beautiful though.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So I prefer having the physical copy of the books, but I agree with you. I think that, that was very prescient. I remember that book well, and I do remember thinking that. So I always encourage people to have the physical copy of the book. The other thing that they do, though, is they make some books very expensive. And I remember, I don't have it in front of me, but, Dr. John Coleman's Tavistock book.
Right.
That was when I first looked it up. It was retailing for almost $5,000.
That was one of the first places and only places, like in 1990, that I heard of the Tavistock Institute.
Yeah.
No other book even mentioned it. Bill Cooper was running around in the 90s. He might have mentioned Dr. John Coleman, the Committee of 500. That book is gone.
Committee of 300.
Or 300.
Yeah.
Most of my early conspiracy books somehow disappeared, even though I never even lent them out.
Uh-huh.
It's like, is the Illuminati like sending agents when you're asleep and steal your books and then put a thing as they leave the back door? You wonder who would steal those most valuable books.
Right. I don't know.
But anyways, it's so nice to meet you, Courtney. Thank you for coming on Daniel's show. What a refreshing, smart person to have on here, Nat Wren.
Likewise. Nice to meet you. Thank you.
Nice to meet you.
And thank you, Todd. Always good to hear from you. Courtney, we were kind of getting into Lucifer and magic a little bit. Todd's bringing up magic.
Mm-hmm.
It's still weird to me that we see stuff like Bohemian Grove or some of these other videos and these symbols and things like that. The elite seem to be into this stuff. What do you think of magic in general? Is it real? Does it work?
So a really great question. I think there are people who really believe in it. The power of belief is very powerful. You can convince people of something, and that is what magic typically is. What was I'm blanking on the definition, but essentially Albert Pike said that magic was essentially creating I'm going to totally butcher it, but it was essentially like convincing people that what they're seeing is reality. That's the paraphrase, but it was something to that effect. And when you see a magic show, that is essentially what it is, right? It's a sleight of hand, and they convince you that the tricks that you've seen on stage are real. And so that is, when we think of even just colloquially in the form of entertainment, that is what magic is. And we know it to be. We know that they're doing tricks that, it may not be exactly what we see on the stage or what we perceive that we're seeing when we see these performances. We know that there's tricks going on that we're not privy to. And I think that's largely what magic is. Now, what do I think? That there are people who are very invested in magic, and they believe that these things are real and that they can use it to achieve power and will over others. I think absolutely. But I know firsthand that there are people who have been involved in various cults or even military trainings, and they have said that they were basically groomed to be con men. What was being projected to the public was not real, and the magic or the supernatural powers that were being proclaimed were not real, but they were being groomed and conditioned and trained in order to convince the public perception that it was. So I don't know if that really answers your question. I certainly don't claim to know. I think there's a lot about the world that we don't know. Yes, the power of suggestion, exactly. Much, much more succinctly put. I do think that there is, there's so much to the world that we are not able to conceive. And I don't claim to be any kind of authority on any of that, although and I'm very open to, there's much, we live in a 3-dimensional world, and that's what we're able to fathom. And there's much evidence to indicate that there may be dimensions beyond the here and now, the physical realm, the 3D world in which we are immersed. So I don't claim to understand or really to fathom what goes on beyond that. But I will say that there is a lot of power of suggestion, a lot of manipulation, social engineering, designed to convince us that there are powers that may not really be. I'm not sure if that really answers your question, but that's my
No,
thoughts on all
that's
that.
perfect. That's perfect. Now, getting back into not Alice Bailey, the student, but Blavatsky.
Mhm.
I've heard people call her a German witch, and I know
Mhm.
that she was responsible for a lot of bad things. But what about as an individual herself? I know that perhaps she had noble intentions in some way. What do you think about Blavatsky? Was she evil?
She seems that way. I mean, I didn't know her, so I can't claim, to be any kind of I can't really judge her character based on experience. Obviously, it does seem like she may not have been a very honest person. I know the scandal with the Psychical Society, the British Psychical Society, seemed to have been a scandal, and they had deemed her fraud but a lot of it did seem to be so that they could then have a back door with I think it was the Columb affair is what it was called, to then discredit that whole uh, discrediting essentially, which they do often. It's like infighting kind of thing that is kind of fake staged infighting. But we do know that there are claims that these ascended masters, like she had Kuthumi was one of her ascended masters who helped her write all of these letters and extensive works. And later it came out that like some of the letters were not her ascended master. It was like her brother-in-law or something. So again, I wasn't there. I don't know, but it does seem like she does talk about Satan being God. So that to me is not necessarily the greatest thing. So I don't know.
I know she also blended a lot of stage magic into her dealings. Like she would
Mhm.
do this trick where she'd walk out in front of a group of people and she'd basically make like this candle just kind of appear out of nowhere. And I remember
Huh.
seeing a stage magician do that when I was like in second grade. So I think there was some definitely it might be both. It might be she was involved in some real stuff, but she was also mixing in a lot of con artistry.
Yeah, I think con artistry is pretty accurate. I think there was a lot. It's hard to untangle, right? And a lot of that depends on your worldview. It's not for me to sit here and tell people what to believe and what worldview to subscribe to. There are people who really believe that there's demonic spirits and people are possessed. And I don't know for sure, but if that's the case, it certainly seems to be that was very, very possible. That she was really involved with a lot of very dark stuff, and of course, very influential on people like Albert Pike, who's involved in. I mean, I can't even read a lot of him. It's just that's a little too gross and dark for me. I read a lot of dark stuff, but that seems to be where I get a little. I get that whole cringe. It's a little much for me.
Got you. And another very controversial figure these days, Donald Trump. Everybody
Mm.
seems to have an opinion on the guy. I myself, I'm at a point now where I don't really know what to think. I see evidence for him, against him. I cannot really discern the contents of the man's heart. But Courtney, what about you? Are you a Trump supporter, or do you feel he could be a wolf in sheep's clothing?
Um, I kind of would say both. uh, I definitely feel like there's some things that he will really help. I do think even if he delays some of the plans for even if it's the next 4 years, I think that's beneficial. And that's not to say he's any kind of savior or hero or that that I agree with everything he's done or will do. None of that is true. I think that he may be compromised in some or many ways. Absolutely. I think it's really hard to claim that somebody at that stature who's in that position doesn't have levers of power on him. I don't think that's realistic. And certainly I don't agree with what he did with the jabby jabs, and I don't think that his stance on it now. I really wish he would, apologize and take some ownership, but that's not happening. And that's a little frustrating, I think, for many people, myself included. But I do think that even though it's a fiat currency system and, so much of our entire financial infrastructure may be a lie, I actually think he will be beneficial for for the next few years. I think he'll stave off things like the central bank digital currency, even if it's just kicking the can down the road. I think that's helpful. The more time that we can buy to delay some of these globalist plans, and I do think that he will. Be a thorn in some of those plans. So I don't know if that answers it. I certainly think I think he's the best we've got. And I know people don't like when you say, like, the lesser of two evils is still evil. And I don't know. I think I think he's the best choice. Sorry.
Gotcha. No worries. That's why I got my tea here, because I'm experiencing a lot of dry throat myself, with all this talking. I did want to kind of get into, kind of go off the deep end a little bit here. And this whole thing about, I'm sure you've heard before, this idea that the New World Order is trying to fake an alien invasion, like a fake alien invasion. I've seen UFOs. Have you seen UFOs at all in your lifetime?
I have not, no.
What do you think about the idea that these world elite, United Nations, the general sort of Bilderberg bloodlines that make up these foreign councils and things like that? What do you think about the idea that they might either be in league with some type of alien powers or might know something about them?
I think that they are going to stage some sort of a psyop. I think that it was Reagan who said that the best way to get the planet to unite would be the potential for an extraterrestrial threat. I think that's very accurate. And I think that the parasite class knows that. And I think they are very diligently working towards creating a one world religion and one world governing body. And the best way to control people is through fear. And I think that they have a lot invested in convincing us that there is some sort of extraterrestrial threat. There is an organization, it's called Abolish 2000, and it is another one of these theosophical cults, and it was all about the disarmament. And particularly, they were targeting the United States to disarm them, to disarm us. And I think I see it when you look throughout the history of theosophy and a lot of these theosophical cults that have military ties. There's all of this propaganda and operational preparation of the environment surrounding narratives pertaining to UFOs, aliens, extraterrestrial threats. I think a lot of the movies that we've seen, science fiction is often used as predictive programming. So I think that we're going to see some sort of, they call it Project Bluebeam. But yeah, some sort of a alien UFO psyop.
And that brings us to Jen the Ninja. Hello, Jen.
Hey, Dan. Hey, Courtney. It's so great to speak to you. I've actually followed your career for quite a long time. I'm sure you don't know who I am, but I also was Liberty Sphere adjacent for a long time myself. And Dan has accumulated like a lot of misfit magicians, I guess, is what we're called. So that's basically where I'm at now. But I really appreciate your logic, your reason, that you don't have this. You're sort of I don't want to say you're unemotional, but you definitely have an approach that is much more based in rational materialism. And I really appreciate that, because I'm a little more esoteric myself. So I think that it's a useful sort of parallel to have, and to really thorough research, like academic level research. And also your origin story. I know you did an incredible episode with Monica Perez and several series on Tavistock, and a lot of work with her. And I personally really love when you guys work together. I think it's a great pairing, as well as your work with Jay Dyer. But I just think that I think Dan said I could ask whatever I wanted, but I really want to hear some of your articulation of this idea of Christ consciousness, because I know you do a lot of that on Twitter, and sort of how you find its epistemology to not be Christian, because I think that's a very interesting discussion for people, especially in the truth or liberty community, who a lot of whom do embrace this idea of Christ consciousness. Now, I am a tantric Buddhist, just to give you a reference, Courtney. So I'm not a theosophist. I actually, Dan and I have spoken extensively about this. I have very deep-seated issues with Blavatsky and some of her borrowings, as well as Bailey, because they did borrow a lot, and a lot of the terms are interchangeable, but they don't fully understand the full teaching, so it's a very kind of subverted concept. But I really am interested in this idea of Christ consciousness, and just sort of your ideas on it, because I find them valid in many ways. I don't always agree 100%, but I think for like the way you say it, I think is the best I've heard anyone say in the sphere. So please illuminate us a little bit. I'm sorry I went on for so long.
Well, thank you so much. And it's a pleasure to speak with you. Monica's awesome. Jay is awesome. Monica and I are actually doing another show next week. And I think Jay and I are planning another one. I'm going to be on his wife Jamie's show in next week also. So yeah, they're awesome. I love working with all of them. They do really fantastic work. So thank you for following that. So as far as Christ consciousness, I'm glad you brought that up. That is something I just did a whole dive last night. I can't possibly remember everything. I mean, I think I was reading just for hours. It was it kind of like fascinating. It was like watching a train wreck. It's fascinating, it's terrifying, and you just can't stop. But there's just so much. And Christ consciousness keeps coming up. This is, many of these theosophists like Rudolf Steiner and Madame Blavatsky, Alice Bailey, they all talk about this Christ consciousness. And we're seeing it so much in the media. We're seeing a lot of very prominent figures in the media sphere, the entertainment sphere, a lot of celebrities who are using that term, Christ consciousness. Oprah has been doing it for decades. And, it sounds, I think, to a lot of Christians, it sounds like they're talking about Christ, as in Jesus Christ. And it sounds like a Christian principle. When you dive a little bit deeper, they don't see it as being Christian at all. In fact, Madame Blavatsky herself says that it's a very inclusive, they call it a perennial religion. I think the term now has been adapted to be syncretic. And I think syncretic is a little bit more accurate, because perennial just means that they take aspects of all religions. And as you said, and I agree with you, they borrow from various different worldviews, philosophies, and religion, and they cherry pick. And then they think that elements of them are all true. And to be fair, I don't think that that's necessarily inherently a false statement. There's
Agree.
certainly aspects of, many of the great religions of the world and great philosophies of the world that have very similar through lines and themes and statements that seem to ring very true. But then syncretic is where they kind of combine it, and they make it into this very amorphous kind of a soup. And Blavatsky herself says that all religions are welcome. And this is, of course, echoed in people like Robert Mueller, things like the World Parliament of Religions, which was first started in 1893 at Chicago World's Fair. And this is the idea to foment a joining of all religions. And they've now been doing it annually. And they actually petitioned to have a combining of one world religion. They're talking about like New Thought, I think, had petitioned to be one of these like global religions. So, which is really just another iteration of New Age. But she herself, Madame Blavatsky, talks about how all these religions are welcome, and we want to tolerate and include all these religions. However, it is diametrically opposed to Christianity. And I think largely, there are many quotes, and I don't want to misquote her, so I won't try and repeat exactly what she says. But, primarily, they oppose to this very individualistic principle in Christianity. What they really oppose is, theosophy translates to divine wisdom, and they believe that through theurgy, which is the divine work, that essentially they themselves can become gods. Now, when you look at these different branches of theosophy, they all take a little different spin on things. But essentially, what keeps getting echoed through all of them is this idea that, you know, through this work or through mastery, right? The divine work, this mastery, which is what they talk about, these ascendant masters, this spiritual evolution. They also believe in reincarnation, that they can become one with God. And essentially that they become God. And this is diametrically opposed to Christianity, that they do not believe that you become God. So to speak to your point about this term, Christ consciousness, they see Christ just like Buddha or Krishna, you know, any one of these ascendant masters. They believe that he's a world teacher, that he is going to come back. They believe the world teacher, they call the world teacher who's going to come back, they call it Maitreya. You know, they keep talking about the light of Maitreya. And essentially Jesus, Christ, it's not Jesus Christ, it's a Christ, it's a master Christ. They actually call him Master Christ. He's a world teacher. He's an ascendant master and a spiritual leader who we're going to learn from, or potentially channel. And they talk about that with this World Invocation Day. They're going to, that actually started, I think it was 1945 was one of the first channelings of this Master Christ. It was a very interesting, I've heard audios done by Eleanor Roosevelt and, you know, that were talking about this prayer and and this is also tied to they ask like why when you go to their website they say like the question is, well, why not until 1945 would Christ come and, you know, give us this prayer and have this invocation? And it was because of the war. And this is very tied to, you know, people like Barbara Marx Hubbard talk about the crisis of how a crisis is birth. And you see the spiral that she has a diagram, you know, with this spiral of conscious evolution. She has a foundation for conscious evolution. And when they talk about evolution, they're talking about conscious evolution, but they're essentially talking about how Bruce Lipton explains this very well. He talks about how we started as amoeba, and he says intelligence comes from the membrane. So when you think about a single cell organism, the information that they're gathering is through this membrane, the surface area of the membrane. And so when you then evolve into a multicellular organism, you increase the intelligence, according to his theory, because now you have multiple membranes and you have increased surface area. And then he talks about things like he says we have humans who are very complex multicellular organisms, but that we are at a crossroads now where we might then become extinct. We have a choice, though. This is where people like Barbara Marx Hubbard and other evolutionary leaders, they call themselves the world evolutionary leaders. And these organizations and these you know, cults are tied directly to the UN. You can go to their website and you can see this. This isn't, you know, speculation or inference. It's directly shown and stipulated, and it's stated very clearly on their website. They even have links to the Aquarian Age community on the UN website. So, and this is what it is all about. That's why the Changing Images of Man document is so important. We are really living through so much of that. It was all about ushering in the age of Aquarius. But Bruce Lipton says that we're at a crossroads now because we are either going to become extinct as humans, that's the individual human. You know, she says we are, of course, a very advanced intelligent species because we are multicellular, so we have lots of surface area of membrane. But now we have an opportunity where, as Barbara Marx Hubbard and others talk about, this co-creation. It is up to us to consciously evolve and co-create this next level of evolution to become a superorganism of humanity. And what does he say the membrane of humanity will be? It's the internet. And this is very much represented, I think, in things like the UN 100's AI World Society, the global brain, the Hyborg mind. There are many names for it. You know, the term the singularity is near seems to be much nearer, which I think is the name of Kurzweil's new book, with the things like AI World Society that the UN 100 are talking about. So they, you know, and the diagram that they use is very reminiscent of Hegel's dialectic, which, if you know that spiral, I really interpret that to be a Gnostic Jacob's ladder, because they do believe that they will become God. They talk about co-creating with God. And I think that they think that it is through this synthesis, through the evolution. And I keep, motioning this spiral because they show these diagrams. And I think they think that it is through that process that we will become our own gods. And that's why it seems like it's a Gnostic Jacob ladder. So I don't know if that explained it, but to sum it up, but the Christ consciousness is not.
Wow, Courtney,
Christian.
you are a superstar. That I can't believe that you went on that long explaining your position. Incredible.
Everybody
So
you.
articulate. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you for that.
it's always
You're
she's
welcome.
always
Thank you.
100% on.
I don't know if I explained that. The Christ consciousness, essentially, it's not a Christian term. They see it as an ascended master. Like Buddha.
Yeah, no, we see that. Maitreya.
Yeah,
Singularity
Lord,
before as well. Like they're kind of waiting for this approaching singularity when the AI becomes more conscious or something
Ray
like that.
Kurzweil's telling you how he's going to get super, super rich and live forever once the singularity happens.
Yeah,
Hey, those brains say they better not do that shit, or they gonna become brains. That's what the brains say. If you do that, you're gonna become us. See, we're coming back in time to try to stop you idiots from doing this shit.
Kind of like the Terminator movie.
You're gonna become us.
Totally.
Courtney,
Totally.
Sorry, guys. Courtney, I was wondering if you could maybe just a little bit, as much as you want, but articulate a little bit on how this kind of like, maybe I call it more of a neo-Gnosticism, just because I'm sure, as you know, Gnosticism has many kind of epistemes, many.
I agree with that. Yes.
Schools,
Definitely.
and it's a some of us are like, Buddhism is a kind of Gnosticism, especially my kind, but I would not say that anything that you said reflects Buddhist teaching, but I agree with everything you said. But I just want to point that out so people don't get the wrong idea. But I
wanted to point out that there in the 90s there was a punk band called DI. They did a killer song called Amoeba. Amoeba, amoeba, amoeba. And it talks about amoeba climbing out of the petri dish. The scientists turn their backs. Now it's fucking attacking you. So kind of a reference to what you were just talking about.
I just want to respond to that. I would agree. It's definitely neo-Gnosticism. And there are many different, I often differentiate between capital G Gnosticism and little g. And little g, I think, encompasses more of this broad spectrum. I would include things like the mystified versions of Hermeticism and a lot of the theosophical concepts. And I would also say that, a lot of what we're seeing with new thought.
There's an old saying, don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Yeah, you can read the literature and gain something from it. You don't have to throw the book in the garbage can just because you heard she might be a devil worshiper.
No, I agree. And that's such an important point, because just because I don't necessarily agree with a lot of things she said, I don't agree with necessarily a lot of what it looks like she was trying to foment, and a lot of things she did, it doesn't mean she was wrong all the time. Mm-hmm. And that's why I keep saying if people spend as much time adjudicating the information itself as they do vilifying and glorifying the sources from which that information was derived, we would live in a very different world.
Totally.
But I think that's partially by design.
It would be a much nicer world. It would be a much nicer, brighter world. Yeah.
I agree. And I was just going to say, I also would differentiate a lot of things like new thought. They're probably more neo-theosophical than, the original. I would even argue like some of the tenets of Neoplatonism are greatly influenced, or people like Boheme very much had principles and presuppositions that lent itself to what we now call theosophy, but they're proto-theosophy. So yeah, you can.
But
definitely
one of the reasons Blavatsky is still held in high regards here is because all the other magical fraternities kind of claim lineage to that same philosophical belief. Blavatsky introduced the idea of the secret chiefs, which she stole from probably the Buddhists or whatever.
Yeah.
And so Crowley claimed that he had authority to take over the Golden Dawn and create his own thing because the secret chiefs gave him permission.
Yeah, he said that.
The secret chiefs.
he
If
said
you have the
that,
secret chief's blessing, you can do anything.
yeah, and he said that Blavatsky was like a member of the Astrum Argentum, which I always thought was really fascinating to have like you like a 33rd degree. To say that, whether she was or wasn't,
Totally.
who knows?
Yeah.
But
You know, Crowley was a 33rd degree Mason. He was
Well,
initiated in all he was above that. I mean, I'm just saying
He was
publicly
Scottish
he was
Rite.
Scottish Rite.
Yep.
Exactly.
I have a question.
Sorry, Dr. Albert, go ahead.
When you reflect on the ancient Gnostic pursuit of gnosis, how do you find these principles resonating in the modern world of neo-Gnosticism? And what personal experiences have shaped your understanding of this transformation?
Is this a question for me?
Yes, of course. Yes.
Well, we have many people on the
I know
screen,
these
so-
knuckleheads think. Yeah.
But that's a tough question, Dr. Robert. So the guess.
Yeah, so just repeat that again.
Yeah, I'll repeat the first one. When you reflect on the ancient Gnostic gnosis, right, what somebody called it Christ consciousness too. Gnosis, Christ consciousness can be interchangeable. How do you find these principles resonating in the modern world of neo-Gnosticism?
Okay. Yeah. So I would say that there's many ways, and it takes different shapes and forms, but essentially, like a really kind of common reference that may make a lot of sense for people would be someone like Yuval Noah Harari. He talks about how essentially we are going to become gods using things like AI. And he says that we will actually supersede the biblical God because the biblical God can only create organic life, but we will be able to create inorganic life. And so therefore we will become gods that supersede the biblical God. This is a kind of very Gnostic principle, or neo-Gnostic principle, where he actually thinks he's going to become God. And he talks about things like, how during the flood, there was Noah's Ark. Well, now he says there's going to be a scientific ark where most people won't fare so well, but that there will be a scientific ark for the elites, as he calls them, saying that they will be able to, and possibly to live forever and to thrive using this scientific ark that will be created for them. I mean, that's an example. Some of these I think a lot of this is very tied in with transhumanism. That's where, when you look at a lot of these neo-theosophical cults, they're really advocating for a transhuman world. Merging man with machine. There's a small group that believe in really post-human. I think that's a much smaller percentage of the transhumanist theorists, but the transhumanists do really see that they're going to become gods by merging man with machine. But even some of these just new age gurus take a very
what's interesting about that? I'm glad you brought that up. You know what's interesting about that? I think I'm kind of sensing I agree with you a bit, because they're delusional to me. You know why? Because in many ways, AI embodies the traits humans strive for, such as objectivity.
Well, and the definition of AI also hides whatever. The definition of AI hides whatever they want to schmooze through, too, Dr. Robert.
Yeah, let me finish my point, though. And without
for sure. Pardon me.
Without emotional bias, right? So ultimately, AI kind of becomes the perfect idea of humanness. So AI, in a sense, is more human than human beings are.
More human than human, yeah.
And embodies our ideas of what humanity is, perfectly idolized. So it's not God.
Well, Socrates talked about the perfect rose. There's degrees of what a rose is.
Well, they might also be doing that
in ancient philosophy.
Like, let's say that we begin to view the AI as a superior being. The next step would be to start implanting humans with robot parts and turning them into kind of cyborgs.
A robot.
Like Courtney,
turn the human into a robot. How twisted and weird is that?
They don't even need to. So, I mean, we need to differentiate because there's so many different ideas and schools of thought and various thinkers who are, really leading the way on this. So there's the UN 100. So for those who are not familiar, this is a project that's being done. Obviously, the UN, they're imagining the centennial of the UN, which would be 2045, because the UN was created in, yes, G. Edward Griffin is awesome.
1945.
Yes, that's what I was just saying. But I just was reading that comment because G. Edward Griffin was actually my number 300 episode, and he is awesome. I'm hoping to get another one with
nice.
him this week.
Wow, have to go listen to that.
Yeah, he's really amazing. So in 1945, the UN was created, and they're imagining the world in 2045, which would be the centennial of the UN. And they've created this, what they call the AI World Society. And this is in conjunction with Boston Global Forum. There's a book that was written. It's called Remaking the World, The Age of Global Enlightenment. And I do very much think this is a Gnostic theosophical nod, just the title alone, right?
Totally.
So, yeah. And if you read this book and you go on their website and you look at their plan, they talk about creating literally a metaverse for the entire world. They did a whole symposium.
One that's incredible for them and hell for us. Yeah. Horror for humanity.
I don't even know how they think that they're going to exist in
Didn't
it.
Gray say that's the no-no? That's the wrong approach. It's too invasive. That's a no-no.
Yeah, so they talk about how, like they did a symposium on rebuilding Ukraine. They were saying how Ukraine has been decimated by the war, and we need to keep supporting them and funding them.
More money that disappears into somebody who knows whose pockets.
Right. And so they talk about how Ukraine is going to be the central hub for this AI world society, where it will be connected to all these tentacles of these 15-minute cities, C40 cities, smart cities all over the world.
One world government dream cities, right?
Exactly. And they say that all human governments will be supplanted by AI governments.
See, that's the wrong approach that Gray said.
That way there isn't people to be responsible when it goes bad. You know, you can blame the computer.
Dignity. You can't disrespect human dignity, dude. That's the problem.
And
that's what they're doing.
Is if they're doing that in Ukraine.
Sorry.
Oh, I was just going to say that's where Khazaria used to be, Ukraine. So they're kind of taking their ancestral home and using it as the launching board of this whole new existence.
Yeah. See. They're creating AI to project an idealized version of themselves, striving for a pure, more refined form.
Yeah, what they wish they could be, but they know they're not. Yeah.
So it's not God. It's just what we kind of deceive ourselves into thinking human beings are.
That's how they forgive themselves and go to sleep at night, Dr. Robert. That's how they forgive themselves. They tell them the noble lie. They're telling the noble lie. I'm doing this for the good of everyone.
One at a time.
It is very much. They talk about when you look at like the Gaia religion. This is the religion of like Mother Earth is the God. They talk about how they will become one, and essentially, and this goes back to the Christ consciousness, right? They talk about the Christ within, God within each of us. They're not talking about living a righteous life. They're talking about actually having God within them. This is a very Gnostic principle. And when they talk about the Gaia religion, they talk about this all the time. This is, they're going to become at one with the earth, and the earth is God. Not that the earth was created by God. They say that the earth is God. It's this principle. It's
kind
a
of makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense.
Oneness.
Courtney,
the sun. Where do we get life from? We get life from the sun. Carl Sagan said that in the 70s.
They draw from that too, the sun worship, and that's from the ancient mystery.
If the sun went away, we would all die. We would all die.
Ra, the sun god. Ra.
Ra, exactly. Ra is the sun god. This is from the ancient mystery religions. Yeah, so they draw from that as well. They cherry pick. They draw from a bunch of all of them, very much so.
What they don't realize too, like even our notion of human is just as vacuous as God. The notion of God, they're both human constructs. Like, what the fuck is humanness? Like we don't know what the
Definitely.
fuck we are. We could actually be like a product of artificial intelligence. We don't even fucking know.
Totally. We're controlled by language.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
cultures change over a 150-year
Yeah,
period. Everything could be erased easily.
yeah, I agree with that, Todd.
Now we're learning that over a 3-year period, everything can be erased. Everything they ever told you. Suddenly they're going to switch positions on. So,
Jen,
boy,
did you
we're
have
going into some spooky times.
Oh, sorry. Courtney, I was wondering, you were one of the first people who really delved deep into Jacob Boehm. I think you called him. I obviously call him Bohem sometimes because I know that you've even talked about the spelling. Sometimes you don't know, and so you just say, but
Bohem. This is where we get the bohemian concept. Yeah, it's from Jacob Boehm.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Can
Who's
you
Jacob
talk
Boehm?
about
Yeah.
a little bit, because you're one of the few people. Obviously, I have interviewed like Greg Kaminsky, who's a Rosicrucian, but so he's expert in Pico del Miranda. But I personally know a little bit, but I think that the audience would really get something out of hearing your perspective and sort of like your way of understanding him and his influence.
Well, he was very I mean, it is where we get a lot of the concepts of like the bohemian kind of movement is derived and influenced by Jacob Boehm. He was very influential on people like Hegel. He
So
was very
everybody knows what the Bohemian movement is. It's kind of like a hippie lifestyle. You let it all hang out. We're not going to work, man. We're going to just hang out. We're all artists. A bunch of hippies. It's kind of the Bohemians.
and he was very
Sounds nice.
influential.
If you got big money backers, that sounds awesome.
Yeah, he was actually very influential on Blavatsky too. Blavatsky made some comment about how like he was just so incredibly profound that we can't even understand him because he was, just so profound.
He's such an artist. You just can't know the artist's mind. Andy
That's
Warhol.
basically that's basically what she said. And he was very much a mystic. He did writings about the way to Christ. He would talk about how he channeled.
Interesting.
He was a
Yeah.
channeler. He was I guess like a cobbler by
You've
trade.
You've heard of Dadaism, right? Dadaism.
Dadaism? I don't think so.
Dadaism.
Oh, Dadaism. Yeah,
artistic
right.
movement.
Salvador Dali.
Turn of the century.
Salvador Dali, yes, Dadaism. That was his form of art. It was a surrealist art form. Actually, my parents sat next to him at a play in New York City. When we had several paintings, not originals, but but yeah, he was a surrealist painter. Dadaism was this whole. It was very much like a kind of like the artistic form of theater of the absurd, like Ionesco or Kafka. In art form painting. Yeah.
Looks like we got Chad. Sorry to kick you guys, but I just wanted to open things up because Chad just hopped on. I wanted to see if he had a question for Courtney.
Sure.
Thank you, Daniel. Hello, Courtney. Thanks for bringing.
I can barely hear you. I'm sorry.
Let me try turning you way up, Chad.
Okay.
How about now? Where are we at?
Much better.
Better. Much better. Great.
Okay, thank you. It's a Bluetooth problem. Pardon me. Yeah. Hi, Courtney. I appreciate you being on, for being just so positive amidst all this serious topic. Yeah. Earlier, when Dr. Robert asked.
Oh shoot.
Froze.
We may have to go back to you, Chad. Counting down 5, 4.
Oh, there you go.
And now
Okay, there he is. Okay. Great.
I heard that you mentioned the discussion of like an arc underground in connection to transhumanism.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I was hearing a lot of how the rich people like the Rockefellers and all of their plans, and how they dominate this topic of Gnosticism, even wasn't it the Rockefellers that brought us the Nag Hammadi texts to the public, or the Dead Sea Scrolls? But anyway, I was going to ask you, that made me think about, there's an author named Christopher John Bjorkins, and he discusses the Kabbalah a lot. And that's where we get this idea of they believe that there will be this flip, and that these elites, these chosen ones, will live underground with some black sun, and so we can connect that to like bunkers and nukes and this kind of thing. So I guess I am asking a few things here. Should we see the word Kabbalah and Gnosticism as the same? Why is this topic so dominated? I mean, I can understand like the money of the elites, but we seem to be bringing all these same problems. Like Christianity tried to deal with the corruption of its time, and then now here we are in this new age zone, and it just is shocking to me how difficult that is to really press away the problems of the past and move into whatever is now. If any of that makes sense, I appreciate it.
Yeah, no, I think that it absolutely makes a lot of sense. And I don't know, just to answer your first question, I don't know that I would see the Kabbalah and Gnosticism as synonymous. I think the Kabbalah is Gnostic in principle. I think it has a lot of Gnostic principles, but I don't necessarily think that they're the same. Like I see Gnosticism as more of an umbrella term. And again, I tend to use little g Gnosticism when I'm referencing. I'm not necessarily talking about the Gnostic group that were the heretics in to Christianity. They would be, but it's that idea, right? When you take that principle of those ancient Gnostics, the big G Gnostics, they saw essentially that God had trapped them because God limited their knowledge. And therefore he trapped them here on earth. And so they saw that God was, malevolent. And
Courtney, how the hell did you learn so much and become so smart and still remain so beautiful over there? I'm just curious.
Thanks.
But your super brain fit right in on our show. Come back again, please.
Thank you. Sure.
And Courtney, this also begs another question, and this is usually a Todd question. But have you ever gotten into the Ayn Rand stuff?
I have. Yeah, so I have. And I think I was much more infatuated with Ayn Rand at a very young age. I read The Fountainhead when I was...
How did you come on to Ayn Rand? Somebody say, hey, read Ayn Rand. Did you run into high school? Where?
When I was like 8 years old, my dad threw the book on my bed.
Your dad? It's like, read this if you want to know what's going on in the world.
And I kind of read this, young lady. My dad was Howard Rourke. I mean, like
your dad was Howard Rourke from fucking Atlas Shrugged.
Architect, but he was very like personality.
Or Foundation, the Foundation, because I'm a big Ayn Rand fan. Howard Rourke built the buildings in Foundation, and he blew them up at the end.
Yes.
Of the book.
Well,
he built the buildings. He's like, if these people don't appreciate what I've done, then I'm just going to blow these fuckers up. Nobody has to understand why I'm going to do it.
He had this very stoic integrity, and it was unwavering. And he didn't care who he pleased, who he disappointed. He had a very central kind of moral compass.
Right.
And
that's how Ayn Rand is. Ayn Rand gave all the billionaires like a license to get away with whatever they want because you can't understand them. They're smarter than you. They have all the money.
And in many ways, she advocated for kind of like a hyper individuality, which I don't, subscribe to. I think
I love that part.
Yeah,
I love that part of her philosophy. By the way,
this extreme hyper individuality is, it's just the dialectic.
She said that that's the only way that we're going to solve our problems is to leave people the fuck alone.
Yeah, I
let them create what they can and get out of the way. Kind of the Lex Luthor thing, like in Superman. If you just let Lex Luthor do what he wants, he's going to solve fucking world hunger.
Right.
By killing everybody. No.
I don't necessarily see it that way. And I think that has a kind of led its own kind of problems of, feeding into kind of the narcissistic, materialistic society that we live in. And that just creates the dialectical arm, the right-hand path. So I think that Rand, there's some elements of Rand that I like, but I do think there are elements that are problematic. I feel bad. I feel like I didn't finish answering Chad's question, but yeah, I don't know if you want me to, but.
Boy, I'm getting a little bit lost here. That was a while ago. I think Chad was
It's
asking
okay.
about Gnosticism and the
Yeah, he
Kabbalah.
was asking about the Kabbalah and Gnosticism, and I was saying I kind of see it as the umbrella term. So if you take capital G Gnosticism, they very much saw that God was malevolent because he limited their knowledge and he trapped them here on earth, and they saw the serpent as being the good guy. He was really the Lucifer is the light bearer, the benevolent one who illuminates them and frees them with gnosis, the hidden knowledge and the esoteric knowledge. And so if you take that element, I think that is the thread that kind of gets carried through a lot of these different Gnostic belief systems with little g Gnosticism, and essentially where they believe that through gnosis that they will achieve godlike abilities or powers, or essentially or become God. Some of them literally think that they will become little g gods. And so I don't remember the other half of his question. Oh, he was talking about Christianity and how we see some of those same problems. Well, I think that all these institutions have been captured. We see so much infiltration, unfortunately, through religious institutions. And I think that the people who are vying for or control the enslavement of humanity, they keep talking about they want to create humanity 2.0. They know that they have to work through the institutional capture in order to corral people, and they create these dialectics. And unfortunately, we're seeing so many of these theosophical principles being infiltrated through Christianity. And I think that's why things like the Christ consciousness concept is so important for people to understand that it's not Christian, that this is deception. So yeah, they come at it from both angles, and they're looking for control and power. And if you create we saw this with the Crusades, right? Religion can be a great defense against some of these problems, but if you force it on others and it becomes tyrannical, then it can be a conduit for the people who are trying to enslave humanity. So.
Awesome. And Dr. Robert, you asked, you had one more question you wanted to get in there?
Kind of too. I hope you don't mind. I appreciate your answers too. They're very thoughtful. Considering the dualistic worldview of ancient Gnosticism, how have you reconciled this perspective with contemporary scientific views and their interconnectedness of all life? And how has this integration influenced your spiritual journey?
Well, I feel like a long question. I'll do my best. That was not a simple question, and I don't know how quickly I could really answer it. When you talk about science, I think unfortunately so much of science has been co-opted and weaponized for it's become scientism, which is really a tool for ushering in technocracy. It's become a diverting and handing over power to the quote unquote experts. And that's what a lot of science has become, rather than the scientific method, which is a process of inquiry and discovery. I love what Richard Feynman, the scientist, said, that there are many questions that cannot be answered, but there are no answers that cannot be questioned. And to me, that's really representative of a true scientific method, which has really lost us today. Unfortunately, it's become a field of funding, and there's the joke that 99% of all scientists agree with those that fund them. And we look throughout history, and unfortunately so many of these great scientists have been funded by occult interests, that makes it very hard to tease out, and it separates from a authentic scientific method and a scientific process of inquiry. I'm not sure to remember the rest of his question.
Well, we are running short on time.
Sure.
I know that there's a lot that listeners out there want to get into, but we're just getting really short on time.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but I'm gonna have to make this the last question. Jen, go ahead.
Hi, Courtney. You were saying, I mean, that was incredible answers you gave. So thank you so much for that. And thanks, Dan, for giving me one last shot. I want to move a little bit back to when you were referring to how anarcho-capitalism or Randianism, or however you want to classify that political philosophy, is
Objectivism is what she called
objectivism,
it. Yeah.
right? And how that is the dialectical right-hand path, perhaps, of like a Freemasonic tree or Kabbalic tree, whatever. The same thing, but you know what I mean. Anyways, I think that is really interesting because in Buddhism, it's taught that we should always walk the middle pillar. And I was wondering if you had any kind of idea of what political philosophy do you think would, if there is one, what would that look like, and sort of what, and could that be America? I guess that's a pretty big question.
Classical liberalism. Yeah. Yeah. So as I was saying, I mean, I think, I don't want to throw out the baby with the bathwater. I do think Rand had some great principles. I think that there's much to be learned and garnered from objectivism and Randian in her novels. There's a lot of elements of truth in some of it. But I do see it as a bit of there's this, and I don't know if it's true, but I've read that like she was the mistress of one of the Rothschilds, and that she was there, like part of her purpose was to build this narrative of hyper individualism and materialism. And I don't know that that's true. That is a theory, speculation. I have read that, but I do see some of that when I talk about this right hand path. Right, they've created this society of hyper individuality, which has now become excessive hubristic narcissism and materialism. And, I can point to things like our iPhone. We're so dependent, we're so attached, and people can't wait for the next one to come out. And they think that they're so behind if they don't keep up with the latest, whatever material necessity, I put necessity in quotes, that they believe that they need to have. And our society revolves around this. We become very, consumer based, and it becomes this like spiral. It's a hamster wheel. So I think in some ways that does become the right hand path, because now they can appeal to this fostered dependency and this narcissism that has propagated. I mean, you look around, you can see, I really think that they've exacerbated dark triad personality disorders. They seem to be, and I don't think it's just that we diagnose them more. I actually think that they're much more rampant, and a lot of this is culturally induced. The dark triad personality would be narcissism, Machiavellianism, and psychopathy. And when you look at things like MK Ultra studies and the declassified documents that we have, they talked about how they could not only enhance and exacerbate those qualities, but that they could actually create them. And I think that they've done that largely through, trauma-based mind control, a lot of trauma induction, and then, fostering trauma bonding. And so then you have this culture that glorifies narcissism and consumerism. And this is not to say that this was necessarily Rand's intention, but when you read her works, it does foster some of these ideas of hyper individuality and, hyper material consumerism. And I think that can be very much leveraged to create the right hand path of, some of this esotericism that we see.
Definitely.
I don't know if that
And
answers that.
and Courtney, unfortunately, it tends to be like when we start hitting our highs, it's time to go. But we've gone about 2 hours. I really thank you for sharing so much of your time for us. But I wanted to go ahead and open things up one more time and let you hop up on that soapbox, step behind the podium one more time, and just say whatever you would like to say to the End of Days Radio audience out there. And please follow that up with anything and everything that you would like to plug: social media, emails, websites, appearances, anything at all that you would like to plug. Please do so.
Okay, well, thank you so much. Thank you for having me. Thank you for all the great guests and the great questions. I do like to sorry. Hang on. So I don't like to leave people. Sorry, I don't know what happened to my voice. But I don't like to leave people feeling like a lot of these topics can be very heavy and dark. And I really want people to feel like there is some hope. I think there is a lot to be hopeful about and a lot to be optimistic about. I think we can't defeat an enemy that we don't know exists. So the fact that so many people are waking up and are becoming more aware of these things, I think, is very hopeful. I think that I call them the parasite class for a reason. I think that they, parasite, like when you think of a parasite, like a biological parasite, they don't kill their host, they feed off of it. And they're trying to create a neo-feudal system, and they need the fused needs serfs. So we are those serfs. That's what they're hoping, at least in their minds. And so we actually have a lot of power. And I think that, while I said that, I don't support hyper extreme individualism or narcissism, I absolutely believe in the value and the wonder and the miracle of the individual. And I think, one of the things that they're capitalizing on is the creative ingenuity of the human spirit. And I think that is something that they cannot control. It is something that they cannot, systematize, no matter how much they want to, for their own purposes. And so I think we must really defend individual liberty, cognitive liberty, freedom of consciousness. And I think there's a lot of hope in that. Some of this stuff is very religious, and at least here in America, we have a First Amendment that stipulates that we cannot have religion in our schools, in our government, and that we have freedom of consciousness. And so I think people should take that angle in order to protect it, so that this new thought, this new theosophical movement cannot infiltrate, and we can keep it at bay. And so thank you so much for having me. You can find me at CourtneyTurner.com. I am Courtenay, so it's spelled like Courtenay Turner. You can find all of my shows there, all of my podcasts, different social media. I'm very active on Twitter at Courtney Turner. Again, I spell my name like Courtenay Turner, Courtenay. And I have been asked to be part of a think tank like summit. It's a group that is trying to combat the WHO and create some parallel medical freedom systems. And it is in Geneva. Definitely, I am very honored to be invited. Unfortunately, I cannot afford the trip on my own. It's a very expensive endeavor. So if you would like to support that journey, please go over to my website. I have a Stop the Scandemic treaty. I call it Scamdemic. They're working on their pandemic. There I go again, pandemic treaty, at the end of this month. And so I'm doing a fundraiser for that. And if you would like to support that journey, you can go onto my website. I have a Give, Send, Go for that. And there are many ways you can support the podcast, and the research is obviously, it takes up most of my time. I think I did 16 shows this week. So we're pretty busy over here. And if you like the work that I'm doing, I appreciate any support that you can give. So thank you so much for having me. And
Absolutely. You have been great, Courtney. And I would, based on what happened here, I would definitely love to do this again and do a part 2 at some point in the future and catch up with whatever latest you are up to.
Sure. I would love it. Thank you. Yeah.
All right. Awesome. Well, that being said, I had a great time, and thank you, Courtney, so much. We will talk to you next time.
Likewise. Thank you for having me.
All right. What a great guest. My God, that was amazing. That was truly amazing. She was great. I do need to go to break, and we are going to be jumping down the rabbit hole with the illustrious Dr. Robert. And then when we come back, we're going to be talking to comedian Dave Sarra, who has some very interesting news. He's involved in something quite hilarious. So we're going to be talking to him once we come back. Let's bring up Dr. Robert. Dr. Robert, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Absolutely. Are you ready to go down the rabbit hole?
Let's go.
Let's do it. All right. Here we go down the rabbit hole with Dr. Robert. Rabbit Kill Squad. Let's go.
Is everybody in? Is everybody in? Show's about to begin. Like I always like to do, I like to start with prayer. So here's a prayer I actually wrote for my baby cousin, Shakur Stevenson. But this is titled The Thunder's Whisper. Almighty Shango, Orisha fire and storm, Father of lightning and justice, guide our steps through the labyrinth of existence. In your eyes, the universe dances red flames of passion, white veils of wisdom. You, who balance the scales of fate, whose laughter echoes across the heavens. We bow before your eternal forge, where thunder meets the anvil of destiny. Grant us protection, Shango, as we thread this earthly path. Shield us from curses, Ajugun and your winds. May your red and white candles illuminate our souls with their potent energy. Let divine justice flow like a river of fire, consuming all who seek to disturb our peace. In the storm's heart, we find clarity, as you did for Oyo in ages past. Empower us to face our enemies, not with vengeance, but with purpose. For justice is not a sword swung blindly, but a beacon that pierces the darkest night. Shango, whisper your secrets to us. Teach us the rhythm of the drum, the dance of transformation. May our hearts beat in sync with your thunder. Boom! And when the world trembles, when corruption gnaws at our roots, may we rise like lightning in the earth. Our battle cry, Ashe. For in your name we seek liberation, not just for ourselves, but for all. May the chains of oppression shatter like brittle glass in the storm's fury. Shango, weave our destinies into constellations of courage. Let justice be our armor and liberation our anthem. And when the final tempest comes, may we ascend flames dancing to join the cosmic symphony. Ashe, Ashe, Ashe. Welcome, dear listeners, to another episode of Down the Rabbit Hole with Dr. Robert, part of the enigmatic In the Days radio show. Here, history's shadows whisper secrets, and the known world is but the surface of an ocean vast with mystery. Today, we plunge into the chilling waters of covert operations and hidden alliances as we explore the possibility of a secretive, right-wing Nazi cabal lurking within the corridors of American power. Prepare to challenge what you know and to question the very fabric of reality. In our previous meeting, we delved into the arcane alliance of Jack Parsons and L. Ron Hubbard, a partnership fueled by rocket propellant and occult ceremonies, volatile yet visionary. Today, we continue this journey, unearthing more about Parsons, a man as enigmatic as the explosive materials he so masterfully manipulated. We sincerely hope that the audience of In the Days Radio will enjoy and appreciate this episode, aptly titled An Explosive Ending, or Boom, went the bomb maker. James McInerney's association with Parsons is quite fascinating. For example, Robert Mahew's autobiography, Next to Hughes, reveals that James McInerney provided the initial funding for Mayhew's security firm, Robert A. Mayhew Associates. Mayhew recounted, I started working for the CIA almost immediately. It was 1954, and McInerney was the assistant attorney general then. Along with some former FBI agents, he and I were involved in illegal gambling, and I ended up winning a significant amount of money, $2,800 from McInerney. Despite my attempts to decline the winnings, McInerney insisted I take them. This money became the initial financial investment for my agency. Mayhew achieved greater fame mainly through his well-known association with Howard Hughes, Parsons' former employer, and his participation in CIA mafia schemes against Castro. According to Victor Lasky, McInerney later represented the Kennedys, despite Mayhew being instructed to cut ties with the Kennedy family to be involved with the CIA. The unclear circumstances of Jack Parsons' death, some researchers consider the possibility of murder. The forensics team investigating the explosion at Parsons' home in Pasadena found evidence of two blasts. The first explosion originated from underneath the floorboards where Parsons was standing, triggering second explosion among his chemicals, suggesting the presence of a bomb. Other evidence found at the site, including filter papers soaked in explosive chemicals in the trash outside the house, seemed to support this theory of criminal intentions. Parsons' official cause of death was reported as an accident. It was said that he dropped a container of fulminate mercury, a powerful and volatile explosive, while moving personal belongings in participation for a trip to Mexico with Marjorie Cameron. Parsons' character remains a subject of debate, with conflicting testimonies painting contrasting portraits of the man. Certain colleagues adamantly reject the notion of Parsons being careless, citing his reputation as a consummate professional in the field of chemistry. However, opposing accounts suggest that he stored an array of chemicals, including explosives, within his residence, hinting at an environment ripe for potential accidents. Parsons' excursion to Mexico remains steeped in controversy. According to specific accounts, he entertained the idea of founding an explosive factory in Mexico to manufacture special effects materials. Concurrently, his wife purportedly harbored thoughts of establishing roots in Guadalajara and San Miguel de Allende to further her artistic pursuits. Parsons' purported journey to Israel to explore opportunities in Israeli defense adds another layer to his enigmatic life. During the early months of 1950, he embarked on a journey across various parts of the United States in search of employment. His travels took him to Redstone Arsenal, where Nazi doctors had reportedly settled, as well as to Washington, D.C., the Cumberland coal country, and the bustling city of New York. While staying at the Roosevelt Hotel in New York, he corresponded extensively with Marjorie, imparting her with mystical counsel in his lengthy letters. Hughes eventually offered Parsons employment in Culver City in California. This marked his workplace during a period when he once again faced the loss of his security clearance. As a result, he sought employment at various factories scattered across Southern California. However, by June 1952, it became apparent that his security clearance would still need to be restored, leading Parsons to abandon his efforts to secure steady employment. Did Parsons, ladies and gentlemen, meet foul play? Did his associates orchestrate his demise to prevent the departure of this undeniably brilliant rocket scientist to foreign lands? Was it retribution for his involvement with the conviction of a corrupt law enforcer, as hinted by specific individuals, including his wife Marjorie? This officer previously implicated in a car bomb incident resulting in a fatality might have sought vengeance. Was Jack Parsons, ladies and gentlemen, the victim of foul play? Did his associates conspire to eliminate the brilliant rocket scientist? Or could it be connected to a Chinese rocket scientist whose contribution to Chinese rocketry paralleled Parsons' role in American rocket scientists. One of Parsons' early collaborators at CalCit was Dr. Cien Huixin. I'm pretty sure I bastardized that. An expert in long-range missile development. Remarkably, his initial prototype was crafted under Parsons' supervision at Aerojet. Amidst the McCarthy era, Dr. Cien was accused of communist ties, despite vehemently denying such affiliations. His security clearance was revoked. He protested directly to the Undersecretary of the Navy, declaring that he returned to China if his clearance wasn't reinstated. Instead, and to his chagrin, the Undersecretary opted to contact immigration, resulting in the arrest of Dr. Cien. Cien eventually left the United States, deeply delusioned, as you can imagine, by the treatment he received and the unfounded suspicion directed towards a man born in pre-communist China. Following his early threat, he returned to China and played a pivotal role in advancing the Chinese missile program. This prompts the question: were the McCarthy investigators mistaken in their assumption that Cien was a communist? A scrutiny of the FBI files reveals that Parsons was under suspicion for his association with an individual believed to have communist ties. He underwent multiple interrogations by the FBI over several years regarding this matter. Delving deeper into his handwritten notes within those files unveils a curious mention of a suspect at the U.S. consulate in Shanghai and a list of associates of this suspect. Strikingly, all names in the Parsons file are redacted, except for Parsons himself. It's a complex web of speculation, ladies and gentlemen. Cien's political affiliations have been debated, with some asserting he was indeed a communist working for Mao's China. Whether Parsons was aware of Cien's political leanings is still being determined. Parsons' unconventional beliefs, including his aversion to Christianity and self-identification as the Antichrist, along with his disdain for the American government, certainly painted him as a potential security risk. Think about it. Parsons could have possibly been a component in a broader network of political intrigue involving Chinese communists, individuals with occult interests, and fellow rocket scientists. However, without concrete evidence, it remains speculative. The purported job offer in Israel has been shrouded in speculations, leading to questions about whether it served as a facade for a more sinister agenda. Could Parsons' murder have been the ultimate resolution to the persistent dilemma of how to deal with a brilliant but defiant young scientist who refused to yield to all authority that is not based on courage and manhood? Such conjecture opens up a realm of possibilities regarding the motives behind Parsons' demise. Yet, without concrete evidence, it remains conjecture. Marjorie Cameron continued her engagement with occultism throughout her lifetime, maintaining connections with former members of the old Agape Lodge. She emerged as a prominent figure in the mystical community for a period. Revered as an esteemed alumna of the Parsons era, Kenneth Grant, the English magician, referenced in the concluding chapter, penned notable words about her. Cameron's associated with a witch woman who had occult affiliations with ancient Indian cults that had retained unbroken secret tradition of traffic with great old ones. The Narragansetts of the New England region, the Adena of Ohio, the Adena of Ohio, the Adena of Ohio, are known to have forged links with entities spawned in the abyss. So we journey from the ancient Indian mounds crafted by the Adena people to the realm of rocket scientists inhabited by Jack Parsons, only to return once more to familiar ground we traversed throughout this series, despite likely never setting foot in this territory. Listeners may find it oddly familiar by now. The enigma surrounding Parsons' death may persist, but his life leaves an indelible mark. While official government records and histories may offer scant details, what remains undeniable is Parsons' exceptional genius and eccentricity. His contributions to the war effort against Nazi Germany and Imperial Japan stand as a testament to his ingenuity and dedication. Furthermore, Parsons played a pivotal role in shaping the nascent days of the space program, leaving an enduring legacy in the annals of scientific history. Giving their expertise and access to scientific literature, the paperclip doctors would have been acquainted with Parsons' work and likely studied his papers, especially those deemed sensitive to national security. Additionally, within the labyrinthine bureaucracy of NASA, efforts were made to ensure Parsons' enduring recognition by naming a lunar crater after him. This ensures that his contributions to science are permanently commemorated despite the complexities and controversy surrounding his life. Parsons' life was a tapestry, woven with threads of the esoteric and the extraordinary, engaging in occult rituals saturated with elements of sex and drugs. His gatherings were suffused with billowing license and the summoning of otherworldly entities into visible manifestation. His involvement in L. Ron Hubbard's induction into the mystical traditions of the cult of Thelema and the Ordo Templi Orientis laid the groundwork for the genesis of Scientology and its subsequent offshoots, including the Process Church of the Final Judgment. Parsons delved deep into the arcane, taking the solemn oath of the abyss, invoking the enigmatic figure of the whore of Babylon, and proclaiming himself the Antichrist, a sworn adversary of conventional religious institutions. Concurrently, he propelled rockets into the celestial expanse while invoking entities from the nether regions during the enigmatic Babylon working rituals concocted in the Mojave Desert in 1946. He purportedly ruptured the fabric of space-time, facilitating the ingress of something otherworldly. Let's stop here. As we draw this session to a close, remember that each piece of history we uncover is like a star in the vast cosmos of human endeavors, isolated yet part of a greater whole. What remains in the shadows may be just as telling as what is illuminated. Join me, Dr. Robert, as we continue to delve deeper into these mysteries, seeking not just answers, but understanding. Until next time, keep wandering, but never lost, down the rabbit hole. White Rabbit Kill Squad war cry, hootie hoo, hootie hoo.
Hootie hoo. Love that. Love the hootie hoos. Another great episode of Down the Rabbit Hole with Dr. Robert. Somehow we got to compile all this and turn it into an audio series and release a torrent or something like that. Because if you're into this whole Jack Parsons thing, this is one of the best works on Jack Parsons that I've probably ever seen. Welcome back, everybody. This is End of Days Radio. We are here live with enigmatic comedian Dave Sarra. How is he doing? How are you doing, Dave?
I'm doing great, Daniel. Thank you for having me, as always. My good friend and old pal. It's always great to talk to you, buddy.
Hello, old friend.
Yes. Actually, what we're going to get into today is sort of an extension of ninjashoes.net. I'm sure some of you out there are familiar with the great ninjashoes.net. I know I bring it up every time I'm here. But as you know, there were different parts of that forum. Some of them, things like other interests and stuff like that. And I remember finding Opie and Anthony through ninjashoes.net and maybe around 2007, 2008. And this sort of is the beginning of me being a troll, one might say. One might say I became a troll before that. But it all starts with Ninja Shoes, then leads me to Opie and Anthony being a pest, a forum pest. And then nowadays I troll only one, and that one is Stuttering John.
Stuttering John.
Stuttering John Melendez. I know we made a really hard pivot from spiritualness and being nice, and now we're going into the yang,
into the world of evil.
We're gonna flip it. We're gonna take the good. We're gonna flip the good. We're gonna turn it on its head. No, but in reality, the only reason people troll or goof on Stuttering John is because the man has squandered 10 lifetimes of luck from other people.
He had it all, and he had these multi levels of fame, and he's now, I mean, a substitute teacher or something like. Not that there's anything wrong with that.
No, not at all.
How do you go from being one of the main characters on the Howard Stern show? And for those who don't know, we're talking about Stuttering John Melendez. He was a major figure on the Howard Stern show throughout most of the 90s. And I believe maybe going back to the 80s. I don't know exactly what his tenure was, but I'm pretty sure it was over 10 years. But really beloved character. He was picked up by the Tonight Show with Jay Leno, which actually led to Howard freaking out quite a bit on air and everybody on the show clowning him pretty hard for a while, where he Howard's contention is that Jay Leno kind of stole him from the show. He wasn't really that open with Howard leading up to it. And John, he's had other major ventures as well. When he was on the Stern show, I believe he had a CD with Atlantic Records with his band. Mm-hmm. So his foray into fame, I've heard people compare it to like someone just throwing shit at the wall until something
not spaghetti, shit.
But as many people know, the Tonight Show eventually came to an end.
Yep.
And before it even fully ended, I believe John was moved from announcer to like one of the writers or something like that.
Yeah, you know a lot actually. All right, you know quite a bit.
Too much.
No, well, yeah.
A major Stern fan here.
Oh, so, sure. Yes. Yeah. The contention was that Jay and Howard were in a live feud in real time. You know, every day, kind of going back and forth at each other. Jay's wasn't as public as Howard's was, but excuse me. But the point was that that Jay Leno thought that Stuttering John was writing all those interview questions, and so when he'd go up to like Herman Munster, right, who notoriously never wanted to talk about the Munsters, he always wanted to talk about his fucking paintings or something. So he would, he went up to Munster and said, do you sign your paintings, Herman Munster? And then the Mr. I don't remember his real name. Mr. Munster said, "I'm gonna pretend like I didn't hear that, John." And so Jay Leno didn't know that he wasn't writing any of these questions. He didn't realize that those questions, all of them, were being written by Jackie the Joke Man and by Howard and by Fred and so forth, and then the crew. So he did get the gig. I think he lasted 3 months as the actual announcer, or like 3 shows. I can't even remember at this point. It's so anyway, didn't last very long as the announcer.
And I think it was actually years he was doing it.
I don't know. Okay, maybe it was. So it was okay. Well, so he gets hired as the announcer, and then eventually gets relegated to like a writer. And in most situations, that would be still a very prominent job. Now, it's not very often that you work somewhere and your salary gets cut in half. Okay, usually you get a promotion or a raise. In Stuttering John's case, they demoted him, and unfortunately, there's all kind. We goof on him for probably never getting jokes up or anything like that. So we can't imagine him being a great writer. Anyway, long story short, fast forward now to 2017. Stuttering John has started his own political podcast. I, being the lowly Trump fan that I am, want to go and troll this libtard, whatever you want to call it. So I've been in there. I've been in those fucking YouTube and, well, especially when he started going on YouTube. I was there from the beginning, trolling his ass, 2018, maybe 2017, and, you know, listening to him rant about things he has no ideas about. He's a terrible father. He's a terrible example. He's a terrible everything. And so, basically, what all this boils down to is that he threw a Tonight Show reunion party in Calabasas, which is near where I live. And, by the way, who throws a reunion party for the day you got fired? It's fucking weird. Okay? And, like, it's only, who gets invited? Like, only the people that were working there on the last day, like February 13th, 2014. Like, there's the Tonight Show's like has like a
Kevin
huge.
Eubanks there?
I think he was invited, but I don't know if he was actually there. I don't think he was there.
No, Kev. Well, that's a
no,
what about Jay himself? Was he there?
No, Jay wasn't there either.
Oh,
no.
God.
Yeah, so there are all these like, you know, service people. Let's just say I don't really know. I didn't know anybody. Okay. So I go to the party and I record him. Now, he throws this reunion party because, I don't know, maybe he wants to show off. Apparently, there's grumblings that he's leaving LA now and he's moving into the home that he and his mother own in Florida. And so, in Cape Coral, Florida, beautiful Cape Coral, Florida. And so, at one point, so I'm filming him like sort of candidly at certain times, and I kind of had an in with somebody that kind of got me in. So I introduced myself. I told him my name. He said, "Oh, David, you know, please go have some quesadillas." And so the guy, you know, he spends $500-600 on like food. And he has maybe 60 to 100 people there, 70 to 100 people there. And then he has a band that's playing in the background. And he tells the band, all right, the band's going to play low so that we can all chat and talk. And then after he gets a couple pops in him, then he gets on stage and he starts singing, doing karaoke. All right. So now I'm filming him, and you can go to my YouTube page, youtube.com/Dave Sarra, and you can see the video there. It's 12 minutes. There's a 5-minute clip of him. It's a super high quality of him doing karaoke. And basically, I don't trash the guy. I didn't goof on him. Whatever. I mean, really. But the next morning, I upload all the videos, and he calls my cell phone. He gets my cell phone number. I'm not really sure how that happened. Gets my cell phone number. He calls me. He threatens me. He goes, David, I know what you did, David, and we're going to get you. That's not a threat. That's not a threat. But you're going to see what we're going to do to you, and you're not going to like it. And who he's talking about, when he says we, he's talking about the Stuttering John Army, which is 5 people that also goof on him. So it's I mean, talking about it now, it's kind of sad, but he's what we call in the biz a lull cow. So my friend, the Quad Father, he's the host of the show called The Backyard Boys, BYB podcast. Check it out. It's a very funny podcast. He's a quadriplegic. He's been on with John for the past couple of weeks. And Quad Father on the following Thursday after the event texts me and says, you got to come on John's show, and he wants to talk to you. Basically, he wants to berate me, right? So at the time, I would have loved to have done it. At the time, I couldn't. I was driving. But earlier that day, I was having a personal conversation with somebody, talking about how I had, on March 30th, applied for the Adam Carolla show to be a video editor. And then on April 16th, they sent me an email back asking for an interview that went to my spam folder. So I missed it. I missed the interview. I missed the email. It was I sent an email 3 weeks later, you know, which was like a day or two before I'm having this conversation with my friend. And so I was bummed about it. And I kind of knew that it was a lost cause because of the time difference. So knowing what a piece of shit John is and knowing that he kind of knows Adam Carolla, I thought it would be fun to tell my friend Quadfather that I'm literally about to interview for the Adam Carolla video editing position in Glendale, California. And I said, you could tell him that. And he did tell him that. And live on Stuttering John's show, what does he do? He emails Adam Carolla to make sure that I don't get a job there or interview for the job. So he tries
Holy shit, what an asshole.
So he tries to sabotage live on his show with one finger. Don't hire Dave Sarra. He is a troll and doxes people.
Wait, doxes people? You don't dox people.
I didn't dox anybody. No, I don't dox anybody. I've never doxed anybody in my life. What he's referring to is during one of my, first of all, the guy asked everybody to wear name tags. So I have some video going around and like you catch a name tag or two. That's his idea of doxing people. So he emails Adam Carolla, and then that's kind of where we are today. And then I kind of parlayed that into so just to tell you what the state of the what Stuttering John, we call it the Dabbleverse. And the reason we call it the Dabbleverse is because Stuttering John is known as the Dabbler. The reason he's known as the Dabbler is because one time Chrissy Mayer, funny comedian, redhead, conservative comedian, she asked John when she was on his show, she does stand-up. She didn't know Stuttering John did stand-up. It was a genuine question. She goes, "Oh, do you dabble in stand-up comedy?" And he got so offended. "Dabble in stand-up comedy? I'm a headliner." And he starts naming all the places that he headlined. And like, look, he says he's a headliner, but notoriously people like Bob Levy and Artie Lang, or Nick DiPaolo, they talk about how John would put the event on. He would go up and do 5 minutes, and then Artie and Nick would have to do 40 minutes to get a check, and he'd get 10,000, and they'd split 10,000. And it's like, bro, that's bullshit. So for years, that was kind of his goof. Like he couldn't do more than 10 minutes. So it started this subreddit called Dabblers Anonymous in like 2020 probably, but there was like a solid group of us, 40, 50, 60 people that were trolling Stuttering John well before that. And so finally when Dabblers Anonymous came about, it like gave everybody a hub, and it's turned into just I don't want to call it a hate forum or hate subreddit. It's not really a hate subreddit. It's more of exposing all of his lies and his bullshit. You talk about how he was a prolific guitar player, how he had a deal with one of the record companies.
Yeah, Atlantic Records.
Terrible
and back
guitar
then,
player.
he had like this long hair. Like everybody on the Stern Show had long hair. Like there was it had kind of like a rocker theme to it back then. People just were like gross old clothes. Like everybody looked like a slob.
He still wears those. Yeah, I'm sorry to cut you off, but he still wears those gross old clothes too.
Yeah.
So
yeah, he does.
And so now that we have Dabblers Anonymous, then there's a Discord channel, and then the shows start coming. I mean, look, we already had the Artie and Anthony show, Anthony Cumia and Artie Lang. Yeah. Like they were the first people to really just shit on Stuttering John because they knew him. And like it was fine, like, and it kind of proved like his idiocy too, and like how he asked Cumia if he can use his studio one time, Compound Media Studio, So he uses the studio. This is like 2016, 2017.
And for those who don't know, this is Anthony Cumia, formerly from the Opie and Anthony show, who later, after Artie left the Stern show, they had a show for a little while called Ant and Artie, I believe.
Yeah, Artie and Anthony, the AA show.
Artie and Anthony, gotcha.
Yeah, and it was maybe 8 months, I think they lasted or so, and it was supposed to be every day or 4 times a week, and obviously Artie's got his drug problems and stuff like that, so not able to show up as much as maybe they wanted him to. So they had to get rid of that. So Stuttering John uses the studio, uses the producers for like a couple of hours, no charge, drinks all of fucking Anthony's beer, and then doesn't clean up after himself, doesn't tip out the people, and like nothing, like doesn't like even throw him like $100 or something. The producers just give him something.
He's a fucking slob.
Yeah. So it all kind of stems from that, and then again we get Dabblers Anonymous, and then so enter the Dabbleverse. Then so we have these shows like Who Are These Podcasts, which is a great show. If you ever are want to go watch a podcast goof on other podcasts in a lighthearted and nice way, it's like the opposite of Red Bar. You know, this is like the good-natured ribbing internet Jocktober kind of guys. So Jocktober is like, every October, Opie and Anthony, they would goof on a different radio jock. So it's kind of like that. They take podcasts and then they goof on them. Okay. So they've been doing that to John since like 2017 or so. And then 2020, Shuli from the Howard Stern show steps into the Dabbleverse with Bob Levy, and they start a show called the Uncle Rico Show. And it's basically a goof on Napoleon Dynamite's uncle, the Uncle Rico, who like still talks about the good times and is a narcissist and can't, and has zero self-awareness. So it's a goof on that. So it's the Uncle Rico Show. It's all about Stuttering John. So we have Stuttering John. We have the Uncle Rico Show. We've got Kevin Brennan that's been goofing on him. We have WATP, Who Are These Podcasts, that's been goofing on him. We have all these shows surrounding the Dabbleverse that are goofing on Stuttering John, and they're making 3 or 4 times a month what he's making, and so it's kind of amazing. And like the Uncle Rico Show is only on about Stuttering John. It's only about it. At least these other shows, they do other things, and they kind of they use John kind of as a cudgel, but Uncle Rico Show is literally only about it. And Shuli and Bob Levy, they do a great fucking job of just goofing on him, and they make it really funny. And now, I've been watching Stuttering John for so long that like it's so hard for me to even watch him without this filter of like these other podcasts, because it's so goddamn boring and so infuriating too. Like it shouldn't make me mad, but it just does, because he's had so many opportunities to clean his life up, and he's still in a position to where he doesn't have to be such a piece of shit. He's still in a position to where he's still making $10,000 on YouTube a month. Still pretty fucking good. Now Shuli's making 40, but you got some time there. So anyway, I film him. He gets mad at me. Mostly gets mad at me, I think, because I like in real time was uploading the videos and giving it to another content creator like live on his show. So literally while it's happening, people are seeing it. And then I'm going back and filming more and uploading more, and then they're goofing on him, and then he wakes up the next morning and it's just his face is plastered everywhere, his big fucking gut, and his bent finger, and so that's where I was in the last couple of weeks. The Adam Carolla thing really hit it home. I got a lot of love from the Dabbleverse. I got a lot of Venmos sent to me, and a lot of very nice people let me go on their show and just talk about just the whole situation, give me some clout, give me some juice. So it's actually it's good because I might get my channel monetized now. So I'm very happy about that. So yes,
Awesome.
Daniel.
Well,
I
glad
know.
that there was something
I know.
beneficial about all of it. But you really didn't do anything to him. You're just kind of filming him a little bit. And I mean, I came across this like randomly. I'm following Stuttering John, and all of a sudden I see something about Dave Sarra choked me, but you set me up, blah blah blah.
Oh my
Dave
god.
Sarra, I know Dave Sarra. What the fuck is John Melendez talking about Dave Sarra? And that just blew my mind. I text Dave, I'm like, what the fuck is going on here?
I know. I got some very random text messages from people I haven't heard from in a long time. Just personal friends that just like, hey, is this you, man? And I was gonna be like, yeah. Yeah, so I had to tell him, I'm like, yeah, this is me. I know. It was pretty crazy. Sorry about that.
So he's is the feud over? Did he try to dox you or anything like that, or send anybody after you?
Give me
Or is
one
he just
second,
close
Daniel.
to it?
I'm sorry. Give me 1 second. Yeah, hold on. I'm on the phone. Well, you keep repeating. Sorry about that. Hey, I'm on the phone.
Hey, I'm on the phone too. I'm on the phone with Dave Sarra. Yo, what's up?
Sorry, that was my mommy. My mom.
Your mom calls? I love your mom. What's up, Dave?
I live with my parents.
Dave, what's up? I love your mom. Tell her I
Todd.
said hi.
How you doing?
Tell your
Todd?
mother I said hi.
You're about.
I'm so good.
You'd
Tell
be,
your
but
mother I said hi.
She'd be rocking the cradle with you.
I am a stud, Dave. As you know. Dave, I keep trying to get Clint to bring you on. I'm like,
yeah.
Have you
I like
heard of
Clint.
Dave Sarra? Have you heard of Dave Sarra? He's like, I never even heard of Dave Sarra. I'm like, he's a fucking fan of yours. You've
Yeah,
never
I love
even
Clint.
heard of him? You should
Yeah.
bring him the fuck on. I keep telling Clint Eastwood, bring
to the
fucking
top
Dave
on.
on.
Dude, Kurt Metzger, Sam Tripoli, Jamie Kennedy. I love all those. I opened
There
for
you
Sam
go.
Tripoli a
Kurt
couple
Metzger.
times.
Kurt Metzger's
great.
Kurt Metzger's Jim what's his name? Jimmy Dore's
Yeah.
co-host.
Yeah, Jimmy Dorsey.
Fucking best show. Best comedy show on the internet is Jimmy Dore's show.
I love that
Telling
Kurt
you.
Metzger. I love that Kurt Metzger interrupts himself very often, which is
Oh
great.
yeah, Kurt Metzger is very he plays second fiddle to Jimmy Dore.
Yeah.
But Jimmy Dore's got a fucking solid American treasure with Kurt Metzger.
Yep.
Great to see you, Dave. I keep trying
You
to
too,
get
Todd.
Clint to get you on.
Oh, we'll make it happen. I'm available.
Clint, here's Dave.
Yeah.
Clint doesn't
How's it
know
going,
who
Clint?
Dave is. Yeah.
Introduce him.
I don't know how Todd recovered from last night. So
Oh, I didn't go to sleep. That's how I recovered.
didn't go to sleep. Dude.
Sorry, I don't
So my
sleep.
brain
I
is
wait.
totally wide open. My third eye, you couldn't close it with a fucking piece of plywood. Yeah, sheet of plywood.
Yeah,
My
my
third
brown
eye is
eyes.
seeing
My brown
everything.
eye. My brown eye's the same way. Can't close my brown eye.
Well, Dave, you need to give that a rest. Yeah, give your brown eye a rest. No. We got Dr. Robert over here. Dr. Robert, you know Dave, right?
Oh yeah,
Yes, I do. Dave is cool.
I love
Dave
Dr.
is so
Robert.
cool. Man, you guys
Oh,
are in the
thanks,
same
guys.
area. You guys go
Yeah,
hang
we
out.
are.
You and Dr.
We are.
Robert go
We
hang
should.
out. California.
We should.
Yeah. Definitely, man. I love to hang out.
But wow, great show. Killer guest, Daniel. Killer presentation,
great.
Dr. Robert. And then bring in Dave on telling his story about Howard Stern. You know, fucking Howard Stern has really fallen from
I
some
know.
kind of weird fucking tree.
Yeah, and you know, that being said, Todd, I did want to do one news story. Since we got Dave here, recently it was put out there from Jerry Seinfeld. He had some harsh words for Howard Stern. He basically said that all these other podcasts and comedians kind of crept up on him, and Howard Stern is this and that, and he's just not funny anymore. And
He's
Howard
so
Stern got
weak.
very offended.
You know, he bowed down and he hid in his house when it came time to the virus came around. You know, when the Kabobo thing happened. he hid in his podcast and called everybody that wouldn't get some experimental thing shoved into him a fucking, you're going to kill your grandma. He shamed everybody. Howard Stern should just bow down and
back in the day,
crawl back into a small corner.
Back when he was
Please leave us alone.
And the whole fart man thing. Man, I love that stuff. He had so much balls. He'd go after
that balls. Man, he wouldn't even be there if the fucking establishment hadn't put Howard Stern out as some kind of funny man. He's actually the anti-funny man, because they got into like anti-heroes. About 1990, they started coming out with anti-heroes. You know, the loser is the cool guy. The one that never happens for him. He's the one you should look up to, because they were programming you to ignore your own power. The supernatural fucking dark wizards were controlling us with that shithead.
Yeah, I think that with the sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I think that
I'm done.
What's more apparent now with the Biden interview and with the jab stuff and all that is that Howard's been a fucking psyop or a piece of the establishment the whole time. I don't know if they picked him because he's Jewish or whatever it was. Who knows?
No, he was just willing to bow down and give in to the worst base instincts, and he rode with it. That's how he made his money. Having people come on, take their clothes off. He's talking about his wife while he's looking at prostitutes bending over, getting screwed in the studio. He's talking about, my wife would probably love this. So back in the 90s, we thought, wow, this is really edgy. This is really, it's debasing. All it is he's a debaser.
Yeah, this is what kind of pisses me off sometimes when we watch a documentary that's made too close to the event. Okay, people haven't had time to
9/11.
Yeah, like
where they have CNN reporters on the street.
So
Building 7 fell when it didn't quite fall yet.
Or Netflix doing a QAnon documentary. Like
there you go.
Why like that?
Like an Alex Jones documentary on Netflix.
Or whatever, it's just like
talking about Sandy Hook or whatever.
Exactly, like it's a clear example of let's. This is the narrative we want to get out there. Let's fucking put all these friends into this
rush this thing through. People won't understand it. We don't even understand it.
And people,
but we'll use it to control society.
And people trust documentaries. Hold on, let me just finish this one thought. People trust documentaries a lot more than that. It felt like Private Parts was that for Howard Stern. Private Parts came out in the mid-90s.
Tried to make a hero out of a zero, which is Howard Stern.
Howard Stern was around for maybe 10 years before that, and I guess it was like
how do you come out as an ugly, crass, no talented DJ and make out 2 movies about your life and then just go retire in the background? This is whoever they are chose him. He didn't stand out in the morning crowd. He was so incredibly, so obnoxious. Let's make a movie about this guy. No, they chose him. And you can look at these people. Every time you look at people that are successful in Hollywood, you find out their families in the background. The lead actor of Thor. You know the lead actor of Thor?
Yeah.
Chris Hemsworth. He has 3 brothers. The uglier brothers. The other 2 brothers, the uglier ones. Yeah, they star in. Yeah, they fell off the ugly tree. They star in B movies. They don't have to charge as much money. It's the same bullshit.
Chris Hemsworth is actually working on a Hulk Hogan biopic.
Oh, fantastic! Yeah, I can't wait to see it. Yeah, let's hear how corrupt Hulk Hogan was.
I want to see the Illuminati.
Did anybody hear Vince McMahon was being insisting people crap on him? Did anybody hear this story?
No. I don't know. That's pretty messed up.
He's being charged at that. He made some of the people that work for him crap on him. I'm sorry I brought that up, but
the Illuminists and Hollywood and stuff.
That explains his attitude.
The Illuminists, his facial expressions. They control who's popular on the left and the right, and they control the whole left and right rhetoric, and that they keep all the people in check by controlling the 2 options. the people never realize the third option, and that the it's crazy how they're running the show so hardcore. They got shit so
they're
fucking
sick.
elaborately.
Well, they're doing the Netflix documentary on Nickelodeon. How the guy behind Nickelodeon, that series, anybody seen that Nickelodeon thing?
I haven't watched it, but I've listened to a lot of people talk about it, and it seems
the
like
funniest, happiest, fattest guy you ever know, then loved. He's abusing these children, on the Netflix series. I mean, they put this shit out and they go, "Oh, look at this! How bad this guy is!" Look what he made these kids do. Fucking. This is what they do.
What are you talking about?
The Netflix series about Nickelodeon.
Well, the guy was like a sadist. He made this lady. He bet this lady that she couldn't eat a whole tub of ice cream. After he made the bet,
he made child actors jack off potatoes, seeing if they could get any potato juice to come out on the show. So go look at that documentary, and see this poor fat guy thought he could get away with all this.
But you got to think
he was the fat guy in.
Alrighty. Well, hey there, Dave, just want to bring you on one more second. Since you came on and shared that story with us, I just want to give you a chance to plug anything you'd like to plug.
Thank you so much. Yes, of course. Always love the show. You can find me anywhere, youtube.com/Dave Sarra. You can find me at DaveXL on Twitter, Dave Sarra. You can find me everywhere. Just go to my YouTube channel. I post things. It looks a little empty, but I post things and I make them private. My brother and my mother are arguing. Can you hear them?
No worries. Bring them on.
No, I know, right? That's the real fight. Oh, Howard. Hey, Mom, you want to get on the Sabian, Mom? Let's go. Come on.
Well, you know what I respect about you, Dave?
Yes.
Just like me, you have a bed behind you. Yes. And you're not ashamed of it.
Nope. Thank you.
Bed bros for life.
But again, thank you very much. I'll try to come on more often. I know that you do this usually on Fridays, but I really always appreciate you sending me the link and trying to get me out there, buddy. Really. So thank you very much, dog.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I'll keep sending you a link then.
Yeah, and to everybody, Clint, Todd, and Dr. Robert, love you guys. Thanks a lot, guys.
Awesome. Thank you, Dave. Good to hear from him. He's trolling Stuttering John. I had to get him on here and get caught up with him. He's getting popular out there. It's amazing because myself and Michael Deacon and Dave Sarra, we all kind of come from ninjashoes.net. That was that MMA forum I had years and years ago, and it's exciting to me, seeing this show grow and seeing those two gain so much popularity. It kind of reminds me of what are those guys' names? Goodwill Hunting, whatever the fuck his name is, and the other guy, Ben Affleck. And what the fuck's that guy's name? Somebody help me out. It's Matt Goodman, something like that. But they were like friends, and then they all became famous. Let's see, I'm gonna look it up. Yeah, Ben Affleck and Matt Damon. Matt Damon is his name. Sorry, I'm getting old and I'm losing my memories. Moving on, let's get back into the woo. We went into the comedy rabbit hole. It's time to venture back into the world of the weird and the fringe. Starting with, I want to get into this Kendrick Lamar versus Drake rap beef. Really interesting because I haven't seen a rap beef like this in a while. Like the last one I remember, I think might have been Nicki Minaj versus Cardi B. Like I think Nicki Minaj was saying that Cardi B was like biting her style. Then Lil' Kim was like, "Hey, you guys are both biting my style," and I had to kind of agree with Lil' Kim there because I think she invented the whole. I think they call it slut rap. She was the first one to have that like tough image and I'm gonna go in there and fuck lots of guys. I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna use them for their dick and snort some coke, blah blah blah, that sort of thing. And then before then you had The Game versus 50 Cent, and then Eminem and all his feuds against ICP and stuff like that. But I didn't really expect to see these guys fighting. I always thought Drake was kind of more of a laid back sort of dude. But the tensions arose when in March, Lamar appeared on the track Like That by rapper Future and the producer Metro Boomin. He hit back at Drake and J. Cole's collaborative single First Person Shooter, in which Cole referred to himself, Drake, and Lamar as the big three of modern rap, saying there was no big three, just Big Me. He also called himself the Prince to Drake's Michael Jackson. Future and Metro Boomin went on to release 2 albums that featured a host of Drake's past associates sharing a dislike of the rapper. But the reason why I wanted to bring it up on this show is Lamar actually accused Drake of being a sexual predator, and I believe he kind of hinted at some type of like P. Diddy stuff going on. So I'm kind of wondering if there's any truth to that. Is he involved in some kind of child trafficking or anything like that? What do you think, Clint, of the Drake versus Kendrick Lamar feud? Have you been keeping current on it?
Somewhat. I think that, the mainstream industrial complex, they create the beefs to try to gain popularity with the, because it's like, I think that a lot of the rappers are artificially inflated through their views and stuff, and that, like it's like how Post Malone did an interview and he's like, oh, we put my song on SoundCloud and miraculously the next day it was millions of views, but he like, it makes you wonder if he paid someone or if somebody. It's just a weird when I listened to the interview I was like, what the fuck, because and everybody knows you can go on SoundCloud and pay somebody to get your views up, and like the I mean, also though at the same time it could just be rich spoiled rappers that they get everything and then they have some kind of beef, and since they all act like children, they they just sit there and act like children and can't actually work it out, or I don't know. It could all just be their managers are like, hey, let's make our rappers hate each other so then we can make some money off it.
That seems to be a big part of it. I remember Eminem was just beefing with everybody back in the day, including Everlast and Moby and Fred Durst. The list would just go on. I feel like, I mean, he was definitely talented and had some great beats being produced for him, but I feel like a lot of his popularity had to do with those beefs going back and forth. It was like, you go online, you go on AOL or something at the time, and like I could say for myself, I was always interested in that stuff, and I always wanted to know what the latest was.
Well, I mean, like if you go back to the earlier rap, you can trace the basically, so the Illuminati, they have people, mafia basically, who's in the ADL. The ADL hooked money up to NWA because I believe that they were promoting a certain type of rap. It's not that Dr. Dre had anything to do with this conspiracy. It's that the New World Order wanted to promote gangster rap so then they could get the masses to think it's cool, and then the masses would do what the rap is promoting, and that it was a way that the New World Order could help destroy the black people's communities, basically, where they hyped up this rap that was all about selling crack and being a gangster and all this shit, and fucking they convinced people that they needed to be the hardest motherfucker, and like, so people in the cities were all running around trying to be gangbangers and shit, not realizing that it was basically what the man wanted them to do. And it's scary. It's like it's messed up, because it's like all these people are, even in modern times, that are doing what they think they're independently acting and that they're working towards a good cause, but they don't understand that they're doing what the man wants them to do. And that all these think tanks of social engineers and stuff, they're not these people are experts. They've created rhetoric to confuse the masses and to get them to act exactly how they want them to act, and it's very dangerous. It's extremely, it just shows how much the masses are brainwashed. I mean, they're it's like they have this circular logic where if you say something outside of the circular logic, it's like stepping on eggshells, and like the person is then triggered into going through this recourse of like this logic that's been taught to them, which is it's really hard to explain, but Z does a really good job at explaining it. But the
who does?
The British dude that comes on my show, yeah.
Oh,
and that the
Lee.
Lee. Sorry, I'm pretty. I just drank a huge coffee and
yeah, I got in kind of a debate with him last night. It got kind of passionate there.
Well, it's definitely complicated the goals of the New World Order and how they're working, how they're doing their hustle. Because it is all just a huge hustle. They're hustling. They're out there hustling. They got people that are helping them hustle, and that they don't realize that they're part of the hustle. It's like Lee was really surprised when I told him what the logic was behind the band Tool calling themselves Tool.
And this is not General Lee, by the way. This is a different Lee who's also happens to be British.
Yeah, he's just a retired boxing trainer. He trained people to box or whatever. But it's like what was I just saying? It's like the people they believe the culture is independently making itself, but when it's being crafted by these think tanks who artificially promote certain ideologies to then get the masses to go with the plan, it's like all these people like the band Tool, they realized the band was a tool for the industry, and that Tool was, they call it that because they were tools, and that all the people that are running both sides of the political spectrum and all the cultural warfare and stuff, they're all tools for the New World Order. They're tools that are being used by the man, and that it's not the man in America, it's the man in Moscow. The Soviets have been in control of every war since the Korean War. The Soviets have been in control of the Disarmament Act of the United States. No doubt in my mind that the Soviets are putting guns in major cities.
Stars?
What's that?
Are you talking about Stars?
Stars?
Well, Stars was a major program back in the days of the Cold War where Russia and the United States were both doing a massive disarm and basically getting rid of their hordes of nuclear weapons.
Well, no, I'm talking about the Disarmament Act, and which is Department of Publication 7277, which they mask it as being only about nuclear arms, but the fact of the matter is that William Cooper goes into great detail about the Disarmament Act and the Open Skies Treaty, and it's about every arm, to every single arm there is. The whole population is going to be disarmed, and all the supposed quote unquote right wing people they refuse to take the time to listen to the broadcasts and hear the laws on the disarmament of America. They refuse to take the time to listen to the broadcasts and hear how everything's unconstitutional, and how it's like all both these sides are both voting for unconstitutional shit. They're voting inside a system that is completely unlawful, and that they think that it's like, why would you play a game if you knew it was rigged, if you knew that it was being controlled and that your vote was nothing, and that the whole system is all just to it's engineered consent. Like, oh, here's two options, you pick one. Oh, you chose it, you don't like what you picked, too bad. That's what's going on, where the Illuminists are making it so there's only two choices of rhetoric to choose from on every major.
That's kind of like what's going on here in Seattle. It's like everybody's expected to vote Democrat, and then when all this horrible shit rolls out and people say you should not have voted Democrat, and I'm not for Democrat, Republican, obviously, I've said it a million times, but we have the worst crime of all time, the worst homelessness of all time. And then you ask these people, well, don't you see there's a problem here? Like, maybe we should vote for other people. Then they tell you there is no problem. They downplay every single bit of it. they take the statistics and they mix them up to make it sound like there's no problem. Yet anybody watching the news or walking the streets around here knows things are 10, 50 times worse than they've ever been.
Oh yeah. Well, that's the goal of the communists and the socialists, is to create a third world nation where, it's like the Nazis were socialists and the communists are communists, and that the Illuminists knew that the socialist versus communist rhetoric would create the synthesis of their desire. And so the modern parties are socialist right, which is Nazi basically, because Nazis were socialists, and then the lefts are all communists. And there's very few actual Republicans in the Republican thing because they're all closet socialists. And that, it's like the Illuminati, they created this whole left versus right rhetoric in the French Revolution.
And they
the
also,
new versus old.
in the French Revolution, and they also use it. It's not just here in the States or just in France either. France is like a major hub of this stuff, with all that Macron and all that stuff. But the whole liberal versus conservative ideological paradigm dichotomy, this is something that's used all over the world, all throughout history.
Yeah, it's like, well, they've straight up spun the word liberal completely 180, where the word liberal used to mean pro-constitution. The founding fathers were liberal. They were real liberals, not these liberals today who are communists. It's and the idea of socialism and communism is more government, more and more until there's nothing.
Exactly. Thank you, Clint. That was excellent. I'm sorry to cut you off, but we got to move on to the next news story here. Rat beefs. Not sure how long this is going to go on. Seems it's been getting pretty nasty. Hopefully these two learn to get along. And before we move on from this subject, I want to bring up another, probably the most famous rat beefs of all time, the notorious B.I.G. versus Tupac Shakur, the whole East Coast versus West Coast. A lot of people think that they had each other killed. Other people put the blame on Suge Knight, and still others say that Tupac had faked his own death and is now in one of those Illuminati-controlled areas out there beyond the ice wall, along with several other celebrities like Elvis and et cetera, et cetera. But let's move on to the next story. I wanted to talk about this new movie coming out. It's called Late Night with the Devil. I'm not sure how many of you seen this or seen the preview for this. I kind of just came across it and I thought, I better bring that up on the show, because it's basically about demonic possession, where this talk show host brings on a demon. It's like a late night show, like Jay Leno basically, and this host starts bringing on like a possessed individual. Let's see. Todd, have you heard any buzz about this movie?
I watched that movie. I watched that movie the other night with my wife. We're always looking for anything, any good movies, because every movie sucks now. We watched that one. We watched it. No, it's fucking horrible. We shouldn't spend even 5 seconds talking about that horrible movie. Well, it's got that weird-looking guy as the lead actor. That really ugly, weird-looking guy.
We're talking about the same movie, right? The one about the late night show.
Late Night with the Devil. Yeah, like he's David Letterman meets Satan. So stupid. I've seen better 5-minute skits on Saturday Night Live years ago. It's almost as if they did a 5-minute skit and they stretched it into an hour and a half and they said, go with it. The people are so stupid. Maybe they'll like this. That's how sick and twisted the movie industry and that movie is. I give it an extreme thumbs down, but go ahead and watch it if you'd like. But tell me it isn't the worst cheeseball shit. They couldn't even get what it was like on a real late night TV show in the 70s, because it's one of those gimmick movies where we're going back to the 70s, what it would look and sound like if we were on Johnny Carson or even earlier. It's a gimmick movie, Daniel. When I finally saw it with my wife, I'm like, this is fucking horrible. This is what's happening to Hollywood. They're no longer releasing any good movies now. They're doing this on
Isn't it?
purpose. They've been doing this a while. It's part of the Great Reset.
Wasn't it written by Stephen King?
Which one?
Stephen King.
What's the name of it?
This Late Night with the Devil. Wasn't Stephen King?
Late Night with the Devil. If he was, that would figure because Stephen King kind of sucks, you know. It's very lame.
You're not a fan of him.
I'm not a fan of him. He wrote off Lovecraft. He said Lovecraft's so incredible to try to ride on his coattails. I'm not a big fan of Stephen King. I think he's one of these things that are creating culture. One of these authors they've found. I'm hoping Lovecraft isn't that, Daniel. I'm hoping Lovecraft isn't fictionally created.
I don't see his name attached to this. Maybe I was mistaken.
Oh, good. Yeah. Otherwise, ridiculous. What was that news story again, too, Daniel? What was the news story?
Wait, no, hold on. He I think he was involved. Man, why is this stuff so confusing nowadays? Like
I had some. I wrote down some news stories. So if we're at the news segment, let me throw these in real quick. If we're in the mind-blowing, Daniel, are we at the mind-blowing moment of the day? You're blowing my mind. Blow it away. Sorry, Daniel.
It's okay. How many beers have you had?
Quite a few. Not enough. I don't remember
30,
the number
40.
now. 30, 40. Could be.
Good.
34.
Okay, forget this movie. Forget Stephen King, whether he was involved or not. I think he was just kind of putting it over and promoting it. It was like approved by him, but I don't believe that he wrote it. But let's just forget about it since it sucks anyways. Moving on. But Todd.
Yes.
Where's your beer?
Right here.
Ah, there we go. Oh, that's the Todd I know.
Oh, God. I'm listening, Daniel. As long as I'm... Oh, cheers, fun man. Well, what are you drinking? Monster? You drinking a Monster over there in a cup? You're hiding your iced tea? You're drinking water?
I've got green
tea. Teetotaling green tea. Good for you. I have one weekend every 2 weeks where I get down, and this is the weekend, and your show just happens to be coincidence.
We will be back with you in a moment, Todd. Thank you. Always good to do some news with you. We want to find out what kind of news stories you have as well. So shuffle those, please, and put the best one on top. All right. Moving on. Let's get into... this is kind of a philosophical question. This isn't necessarily a news story. This is something that I've heard people kind of talking about, and I want to just see what everybody thinks about this idea. I remember when the whole Antifa thing was happening in Seattle, and they had the TAZ, the Temporary Anonymous Zone, is actually a book. I could go into that, but I'm not going to right now. And then they changed it to the Chaz, and there's people living in there, and people were stealing from each other, and somebody had something stolen, and the leaders of the Chaz said, well, hey, if you had something stolen from you, then that person probably needed it more than you, so you shouldn't be upset about it. This kind of sounds a little bit like a communist idea, a little bit, but it also sounds like an idea of just, I don't know, being a little bit weak. If somebody comes into your house and steals your furniture, is that right? But what if you're stealing food from a grocery store, or you're cold and you're stealing a jacket? At that point, is it okay to steal? Is it okay to rob from the rich and give to the poor? Let's see if Dr. Robert's available and if he wants to weigh in on that.
That shit just sounds crazy to me. I mean, but in another way, it kind of makes some sense, right? Because I feel like we do have more than we need. I mean, but the reason why I wouldn't condone stealing is because you can get killed. But other than that, though, man, like, the reason why they have to steal is because too many of us are living a life in excess. Right? On a planet, right? That nobody asked created, nobody asked to be here. We're just here kind of against our will. You know what I mean? We're the only species that has to pay to live on the fucking planet. that has to pay to eat food and shit like that, dude. So like I'm like although you know stealing technically is wrong, but I mean, can one steal in a corrupt society? I mean, it's kind of paradoxical. It's just like with like Boondocks. Is it snitching if you snitch on the police? You know what I mean? Like we're kind of like bad situation with bad people who create situations, to make us fight one another. They do this by limiting our resources, making us compete for shit that's technically already ours. And then when they have more than they need, like 5,000-10,000 houses, right? And they get mad because the motherfucker squats in there, even though they don't even stay there most of their natural life, dude. Like, I mean, can they blame a motherfucker? That's all I'm saying.
Well, what's going on is that the New World Order has taught the average person to believe in situational ethics, which means that they will create they will make logic to make it okay to steal or rape or kill, and that's the goal of the New World Order, is to take away ethics and to put in these situation ethics. And like when I go to bad neighborhoods, nobody steals from me because they know that I will die to protect the $20 in my wallet. I don't care if it's only $20, and I don't care if I get beat half to death, because I'm going to rip their eyes out. I'm going to do anything I can to fucking make their life hell if somebody wants to rob me. That's why.
My point was different. I was simply saying though, like, a society that has laws, you have to also create conditions that are conducive to people following the law. That's what I'm saying, basically. It's just like in contracts, right? When I make a contract with somebody, right? If I create a situation that prevents the other party who contract with me from fulfilling their promise or agree to bargain, then that doesn't really constitute a breach. It's because I gave rise to that breach of contract. So I'm saying in a social contract, right, by not providing people with what they need in order to have the resources to fulfill that social contract, that the government is the one actually in breach, not the citizen. But that's my point. And it's not situations. It's the law of survival. See, that's where it goes off to, man. People got to eat, man, or you'll die. It's easy to say that when you're not looking at your fucking child starving and shit, man, or freezing to fucking death, dude. Like, it's
but that's the thing, is that the
situational ethics. You know what I mean? Like, society has a responsibility to provide, especially when you're paying taxes, to provide citizens with the resources they need to be able to fulfill their part of the social contract.
Well, I understand what you're saying, but the socialists in charge don't give two shits about any of us, and that they want us to commit crimes.
That's my point. They don't care. They're not engaged in the social contract in good faith.
No, you don't understand. They're doing planned incompetence. They want it to appear as though they're not engaged.
Same thing.
Let me see if I'm understanding this right. So you're saying that these rulers of society, they're motivating us to commit crimes by taking money from us and food out of our mouths, etc., so that they could put people in jail, prison, and then they have the whole jail, prison industrial complex, which they could further parasitize society. That's kind of the idea.
Yeah, that's the whole. Because see, they need people to throw in jail, so they need criminals, because otherwise the system won't work without criminals. And that this whole
system won't work for them without criminals. See, that's what I'm trying to get. The system won't work.
That's why we need to have real ethics, though, because if we have real ethics, then we're going against what their plan is for us.
But you can't have a criminal code. Right. No, Clint, hold on, Dr. Robert. Clint's got it right for a brief moment. Criminals even have a code, We have to have a code not being criminals outside of society, that we're not gonna injure other people or take advantage of them just because the situation is dire. Because that's what's happening in the United States. They created a fucking giant prison industrial system so they could try to house everybody that was a problem, but they make money off of every prisoner. Our government doesn't do anything unless it makes them money, makes a couple of people rich in some way. Because the government doesn't get no money because we're the government. The people are the government. We don't get paid for housing people, but private corporations, families that are in league with this league of evil, run the prisons, create the systems. Man, we're up against the four of us right here. Even though we don't have fucking suits on, we are superheroes. Even flexing your mind on these subjects. And I know that sounds cliche, but it's true. We could all get killed on this program tonight.
And they also have a new one going on.
No, that's like a spill, Todd. Don't say that. You don't want
I know. I don't mean to say the spell, but on Clint's show, he had people calling him out. He had people like making fun of him because he's reading a book. And Clint's like, I could get killed trying to read this book, and you're out there making fun of me. Which, on one sense, you could say, oh, that's just a troll. That's just somebody trolling Clint. But on another sense, Clint is trying to bring some information. He's trying to bring some research just to expand people's minds for a moment, like you are, Dr. Robert, trying to expand our minds for a moment. You could get killed because the people we're up against, they don't like people outside of what they're doing. So that's why this show is so popular and powerful.
We also have a new one that's just kind of like the prison industrial system, and it's called the homeless industrial complex, where these seedy politicians and elites are making money or gaining political gain through the large homeless populations.
You know who we're fans of? You know who we got the back of? Everybody that's been put in prison by this disgusting system.
But that goes back to
everybody that's been put in prison by this disgusting system. We got your back. Sorry we couldn't get here sooner. Man, this whole thing is sick. We need to start talking about reason and rationality. You don't treat people like this, what they're doing. That's how you can tell they're demonic. That's how you can tell it's them, because their system's demonic.
Have you guys ever seen the show 60 Days In? Like when they're in jail and the sewer system is backing up and all those inmates. What's that, Dr. Robert?
I never heard of that.
Yeah, well, it
sounds pretty good.
To be in jail, like these guys had to stay in their cells while the sewer was backing up. Imagine having to be in there with all those animals, and there's just shit fucking rising up from the sewer.
It's kind of what they're expecting their employees to do right now. Yeah.
Talk about triggers.
Well, in 1997, I was in jail, and that
in jail in Michigan, in some small town, Clinton.
Yeah, I was in some shithole jail. But,
a local jail? Yeah, small town jail.
Anyways,
Gotcha.
So my roommate was some kind of burglar who got caught because...
What'd you do, Clint? You smoking? You burglarizing somebody?
No, I made a prank phone call 2 years
You made a prank phone call. Okay.
They violated my double jeopardy rights. But anyways, so I was in jail. This is kind of a funny story because... so anyways, I'm bored out of my mind. And it's like, and my roommate in jail is like, oh, I got all these extra blankets. I'm like, let me see those. I start ripping them up into strips and made a giant rope.
Escape from the first floor? It doesn't work on the first floor.
I ran out of shit to flush down the toilet because I was flushing Reader's Digest and all sorts of stuff down the toilet. And
Reader's Digest. How dare you?
I make this giant rope out of a blanket, and then I put the end of it in the toilet and start flushing it. What the fuck? And then fucking the whole we're sitting there playing. Well, we're sitting there playing cards. We got the blanket over the two chairs to make
flushing Reader's Digest down the toilet. Valuable reading prisoners are being deprived of now.
Well, we hear this guy in the next cell flush the toilet. And then all of a sudden, I see my toilet start going up, so I start flushing it as fast as I can. And then everybody in the whole jail starts screaming,
Flushing their toilets.
all their toilets
Oh,
flood
whoa.
at the same
What the
time.
fuck? In Michigan? Some Michigan
Now,
small
what was
town?
the objective in doing that? What was the objective?
That was
Yeah, what was the purpose of doing all that? Did it do anything? Did someone escape? Were you
called
covering
chaos.
someone's tracks?
Chaos.
You were chaos. You were covering. So, in one sense, you were covering someone's tracks. You don't even know whose tracks you were covering when you did that distraction. Flush tampons down the toilet.
The system
Make
doesn't
them
want me in the
overflow.
system because I will cause chaos.
I'm with you about chaos. I've kind of argued chaos the whole time I've been on Daniel's show.
You know, that's
And not chaos in a bad way, chaos in a good way. People think chaos is all bad. In actuality, chaos could be good if you use it to achieve if you use it to achieve positive ends.
Well, this is crazy because I've got a friend that was so crazy that he got kicked out of jail once. They didn't want him.
They don't want this guy. They're like, get the fuck out of our dark prison cell.
He did pull these tricks on people and like punched them in the head and like peed in their ear and shit. All sorts of weird fucked up shit.
Usually they put people like that in solitary confinement, though.
See, that's why I never want to go to jail or prison. I do not want to get locked up and pee in your fucking ear. Like,
well, I used to
just never really
fucking. Goddamn, we got Dr. Robert on now. Dr. Robert knows law. He's dealt with these. He's seen these situations.
Yeah, I've been in the
nutballs.
I've been in the glass house too when I was a kid. I've been in Los Padrinos too growing up. I've been in that motherfucker. I know all that. I don't
Crazy.
like around men and stinky motherfucking feet.
Oh God.
You know, that's what
sounds gross.
They get up the fucking guards, and if
gross.
And if you look at this,
in jail they wash all your clothes.
They might beat.
So all your underwear, you share people's underwear. So anything you've got, you get to share that. Doesn't that sound fair and ethical?
Well, no, you
get to share.
Sounds like a bad energy thing.
All right, guys. Thank you so much. Sorry to pull you. Just moving on to the next story. Love the gel talk. Very informative. I do not want anybody peeing in my ear. I don't know what you have to do. You just have to like be a badass and not put up with any of that stuff, I guess. What else can you do, right? I wanted to kind of get into this Joe Biden conversation a little bit. This whole idea that certain people, I'll use Saddam Hussein, for example, because a lot of people are going to think of him when I say this. He had several body doubles. And the reason why rulers or leaders do this is if somebody tries to assassinate them, hopefully they assassinate the body double instead, right? It's not an unknown thing at all. It's kind of smart. But there's been accusations that Hillary Clinton has a bunch of clones. I've posted pictures of Hillary and posted pictures of the Hillary that doesn't quite look like Hillary. And I've concluded that there's 3 to 5 different Hillarys, right? And I know people lose weight, they gain weight, they get tans, they get sick. There's things that change as a person looks, but there's things that shouldn't change, like the ear or the nose and things like that, the eyes. Joe Biden is a great example of this. If you look at early pictures of Joe Biden and compare him to the Joe Biden of today, he really doesn't look anything alike. I mean, or I shouldn't say that. He looks kind of like the body double or the clone or whatever it is. But how deep does this stuff go? I've heard people say Dave Chappelle was replaced. I've heard people say Eminem was replaced. I've heard it for many, many different famous people or politicians, starting with the whole Paul McCartney thing, where Paul McCartney was supposedly replaced by a guy that could do an amazing impersonation of him. There's a book that was just released about that. I'd love to get the author on here. I never really took this whole Paul McCartney being replaced thing seriously until I read an excerpt from this book. I want to get the whole book so I can get really into it. But I just kind of want to know what you guys think about that. Let's go ahead and start with Gio. He didn't really get in that last conversation too much. Gio, you there?
Oh, I'm here.
What do you think about this body double potential human cloning situation?
Well, to me, it makes me wonder in terms of reincarnation, since it seems that reincarnation works on wherever your genetics are when you die, wherever there's something else out there somewhere, a child in time or even a clone. Kind of like how the transporters work in Star Trek. They completely vaporize you, then rebuild you from the basic genetics, and it's still you because it's the exact genetics you kind of left off with. And this comes down to like a karma thing where they're probably going to have to die a billion deaths in a row. That's my take on it.
So do you feel that they are cloning people, or this is something else?
I think it might have something to do more with how do I put this?
Well, okay. For example, you've seen Star
I feel
Wars, right?
it's a natural doppelganger syndrome going on, but there's something spiritual behind it.
Gotcha. You've seen Star Wars, right? Like the whole thing of, and I'm not talking about specifically the original Star Wars, but I'm talking about
Palpatine?
How they kind of handle it with the new ones, like the sequels, where the Emperor basically comes back, and the reason he's able to come back is because he has clones of himself in secret locations, and somehow he's using advanced technology combined with his knowledge of the dark side of the Force to transfer his spirit or soul into
sounds exactly like what the disembodied spirits of the Nephilim are doing, in that they basically they're unchanging spirits, unrepentive. They have nothing left to learn. They're just disembodied. And over time, there may be certain individuals that arise genetically through certain influences that they can latch onto. And even if that person dies, if there's another one out there with that same cloned thing, it's almost like an antenna picking up their whatever, their signal.
Dr. Robert, any thoughts on body doubles and clones?
I mean, you know what, man? Unless somebody has, extraordinary claims require extraordinary proof. And a lot of people just get out there saying shit. And I already know, man, that like that's part of what misinformation is. It's not to like destroy it. It's just basically to shed doubt on it or create a climate of distrust, disbelief, or severe skepticism. And that's what people do when they go repeating that shit and they don't have any evidence, right? They help the powers that be make you look crazy and sound crazy when you say shit like that. I'm telling you, man, just in life in general, man, even though it might be true, if you don't have evidence for it and your intuition tells you that a lot of people in society aren't ready to hear that information, sometimes it's best to keep it to yourself, man. You can ruin your life, man. You got to know when to retreat and when to advance. Until we get some hardcore proof where somebody actually stumbles on a real facility, that we can find, and this on every news network because it's been explored, it's been exposed, and nobody can fucking hide it, then yeah. But at this point, man, with all the technology and shit we have, they could easily fake that shit, just like they like people say they're gonna do Project Bloombeam, man. We just got to be careful, man. We got to be more discerning, man.
And doppelganger syndrome is a real thing, so it's not hard to find a body double, especially for somebody who has the resources to look through an entire place like Russia.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah. And that in AI and shit, It's just right now, man. Like we're in this, we're like we don't respect the age we're in, dude. Like we have like some serious, like top-notch fucking technology, dude. And I think a lot of us lose sight of that bullshit. Like this ain't our grandparents' era and shit like this, man.
Right.
Like this should have blown my fucking father's fucking mind, dude. And if you've been in jail for like most of your life, dude, and you go into jail when motherfuckers like barely have brick phones, and you come out to this motherfucking shit right here, dude. Like this shit is just like living in the time, like kind of being like Rip Van Winkle, dude. And waking up in the motherfucking future and shit, dude. Like the technology we have, man, is deep, dude. And we gotta respect it, dude. And because of that, dude, we have to move with a lot of caution, dude, in what we say and what we fucking repeat. That's me.
I just want to add on. Thank you, Daniel. I just want to add on to Dr. Robert. I really, really, really liked what he was saying. We've all heard this before. But, man, I am all about let's be as original and far out and free as we can. But, good Lord, we could use some basics like, hey, this is my speculation here. Just, and even in your way you speak, like you should be positive and loving. Yeah, let's just
all help each other get better about not saying things as facts when we just don't know. Because like this topic of the cloning, I wanted to chime in because I too, Daniel, have known about that Paul McCartney stuff my whole life. Or when I was a teenager, my best friend Nathan's older brother Clay had some 70s rock fan magazine when they were talking about the Paul is dead stuff then. And then there's those documentaries. What is it? Something Wings, something. There's a lot of big documentaries about this, but like I think the original speculation was like plastic surgery. It was a plastic surgeon that went on the record at the time making that accusation, similar to how when the moon landing happened, there was a photography expert that was making claims. But you know, you can buy for like $100. Y'all probably seen these ads for these masks. I could get a mask that looked just like Daniel or Dr. Robert or whomever. So just as there's all this technology that Grandpa can't understand, we forget that, man, you ever heard of a stage magician? I mean, most of what it would take to blow our minds and run the world is old, simple stuff. So that's all I wanted. I think that's pretty much all I wanted to say about that. Oh, a question about clones is now, if they have a clone of Hillary, how does that work? Would they have to speed up her age to get her to be the same age? I've never heard a theory about that.
Valid. Yeah, that's a great question. I suppose that there would be some surgery stuff going on because a lot of her clones don't really look just like her. They look like different people that had a little bit of an alteration going on. And I think that the fact that we kind of know Saddam Hussein was doing that, it makes it not such a stretch to think that our own leaders might do that. I'm sure they wouldn't tell anybody. That would kind of defeat the purpose.
I got a question. What's up with Joe Biden's earlobes?
Yeah.
They used to be disconnected, and now they're connected. That's supposed to be a genetic trait. And he looks a lot different than he used to. And I live in Scranton my whole life, which is his town of birth and whatnot. And I never heard of him until he ran for president. And it's a small town, so you hear a lot about a lot of people here.
Well, earlobes are one part of it. There's actually pictures of the skin mask coming off on the back of the neck.
Mm-hmm.
They're capturing videos of like there's like a rubber skin mask. That wouldn't be out of like anything you could comprehend, that leaders use skin mask doubles fucking to do their live events because the world is so horrible. You want to have, a double if you're running his shit.
Where they can use holograms as well as AI generated voices and things like that.
The only person that runs doubles is somebody that knows the population isn't happy. You know what I mean? Friendly kings that take care of their people don't have to have 6 doubles. The people love him. Back in history,
what Mike Tyson said about Mayweather. He said if you were great, you wouldn't have to walk around with bodyguards because the people would love you.
The Pope wouldn't have to have a fucking bubble around his Pope mobile. Plastic fucking car that's bulletproof if everyone loved him.
Yeah, he could
if he was doing so good.
Yeah, they gave it the best rap.
Yeah, even Jesus said it.
I just want to know when we're going to have.
You're doing good. You don't have to drive around in a Pope mobile.
I just want to know when we're going to have an actual alternative culture where we don't focus on these frickin' celebrities and politicians. That's on us. Why do we do
the
that?
Celebrities and politicians are almost a distraction, kind of like the end of Dave's radio is a distraction. We all love this. We talk about real subjects, but it's funny and it's a distraction that makes us laugh. That's almost what they're doing with propaganda on TV,
now. A lot of people know it's happening now. Like slowly, like if you just pay attention, man, and just observe, man, a lot of people are getting hit. I guess a lot of push about like not being swayed by celebrities.
Well, people are losing their lives because they went and did an experimental experiment.
All right, thank you guys. Clint, did you want to talk about clones or body doubles real quick? You didn't really get a chance to talk back there.
Yeah. I was just waiting for everybody else to. I was gonna say Hitler had a body double, and that multiple people in history have had body double, even in ancient times, like the Caesars and stuff, and kings, and I think it is possible. I think it is, I think it's definitely not something to
It's smart,
simply,
right? It's a smart thing to do.
yeah, because if the double gets killed and it's who knows if the guy's even alive anymore, it's
that too.
There's so many people like that, celebrities, where it's like if the Beatles conspiracy is real, did the producers simply replace him to keep the band alive, to keep the money flowing? Or are some of these politicians replaced by clones? Or Freeman used to say that he thought that Obama was a clone of Akhenaten, and that he would show these slides of side by side images of Akhenaten and Obama and Obama's family, and that he believed that Obama and his family were all clones, and that it was some kind of experiment, and that it's really interesting. He does an interview with some British news show or something back in the mid 2000s or whatever, that where he elaborates on, it's like a 45-minute interview. I think he elaborates on why he believes it's a clone and all these projects and stuff. And I think they had cloning projects back in the 30s, and that, I mean, they started openly talking about it in the 70s with that Leonard Nimoy episode where they're talking about how they cloned stuff. And they cloned stuff in the 70s. They showed all the equipment they used. It was all really generic equipment, that was easily, anybody could make that equipment back in the 20s and 30s, and that it's not like it was some kind of difficult thing. It was biology, and that the the possibility of clones is definitely well, not just clones, but also there is definitely people wearing those masks that are, it's like we all seen that article with the lady who worked for the intelligence that went into like Ronald Reagan's office or some shit, and he didn't even know it was who it was, and then they revealed their real face, and oh my god, like, how'd you do that? don't sneak up on Red Ronnie like that.
Right on. Yeah, well, that's a deep topic. I think that the fact that the whole Dolly thing was so long ago, I mean, that was probably a psyop in itself. They've obviously had this technology for a long, long time, perhaps even in ancient times. There's a lot of ancient astronauts fans that would agree with me on that. But let's move on from the topic of body doubles and human cloning. I wanted to kind of get into religion a little bit. This show, we don't have a whole lot of time left here, but I kind of wanted to talk about religion and like how the way a person grows up and the background that they come from, right? Their economic status, their race, their height, their how much they're influenced by the arts, how much reading they do. The list goes on and on. How much does this really affect who we are? I know that there's a lot of different religious beliefs out there, but they couldn't all possibly be true. A lot of people would tell me that the Bible is the exact truth, right? It's the be all end all, and the Gospels and all of that are not to be questioned, I suppose. And I just kind of want to know your guys' thoughts on that. I want to start with Gio again. Gio, did you hear what I just said?
Yeah, absolutely. And as far as I'm concerned, everything in there is true. It all depends on how you read it and what sort of understanding you have of history and how all this works and your understanding of how it's been distilled in there, as well as why it's geared towards getting people to live a certain way, considering the past near extinction and genetic bottlenecks we've experienced in the past, where Christ talks about the narrow gate. Well, that's a genetic bottleneck where only about 1,200 people survived 900,000 years ago.
Okay, question for you.
Yeah.
What about how they forced a lot of people into Christianity at the threat of torture or beheadings?
I have no love for that sort of thing, but the Lord works in mysterious ways, and it's the best thing I've come up with to say is God seems to love gardening metaphors, and sometimes there needs to be pruning for reasons we don't understand.
So you're semi-agreeing with it?
I'm not agreeing with it. I'm saying it may have been necessary. There's no real way to judge that.
What about the hunting down and execution of witches back in the witch hunts? Was that justified then?
Who was actually behind that one specifically? Was that the Puritans?
I believe it was the church, right? They sent out
the Inquisition, I know, but I don't know about the actual Salem witch trials. I'd have to look into that to know more about it and see, who initiated.
Well, that was a local thing, I believe. That was like, hey, we don't like what you're talking about over there.
That was nothing that the Vatican had put into had asked for and whatnot. That was just a bunch of crazy people and folklore stuff, heavily misinterpreting things and going astray, in my opinion.
Gotcha. All right, let's.
If you go back to the Essenes, many of those witches that were dunked in the river and whatnot were simply herbal medicine practitioners. And if you go back to the ancient Essenes, who were basically the pre-Christians, they practiced both faith healing as well as herbal medicine, charity, and community stuff like that. But there's been a very big disconnect from herbal medicines over the years since then, and much more focus on pharmacological or pharmakia type methods.
Let me throw one more at you. How about in the Old Testament, where there's all this talk of like genociding people and conquering them, and if you don't do what I say, you're gonna be punished. What about all that stuff?
Well, everyone says the sin of Sodom and Gomorrah was homosexuality, when in all reality it was arrogance and lack of hospitality. Now, when the Hebrews were during the Exodus, any other culture that they encountered that would allow them to pass through, they said they wouldn't even touch their wells, just allow us to pass through. They had no problems with. The ones that gave them problems, they annihilated because they lacked hospitality.
All right. I'm sorry. I'm just deciding who to go to next. I think I want to hear from Todd next.
Lacked hospitality. You make me laugh. Do you think these people crossing our borders today that Joe Biden's flying in, do they lack hospitality, or are we lacking in hospitality towards them?
Each other's feet.
That makes me laugh, Gio. It's so funny.
Oh, I know. But like I said, Joe Biden and Donald Trump are pretty much in the back room massaging each other's feet.
We call him Bo Biden on Clint's show.
They're blowing each other.
I live in the hole Joe Biden works out of, so I know.
Bo Biden back there sniffing the hair of everyone as they come off the plane. He's like, "Oh yeah."
Instead of before,
sniffing your soul. I sniff your soul. No, I don't know. I don't know what the sniffing is about, but
right, it's called Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, and there's like a guy on there, and he goes, "I smell children.
I sniff your soul."
Again, I've lived in his hometown my whole life, and I never heard of him until he ran for president. And I've heard of everyone.
Oh, Joe Biden, you're out in Pennsylvania. You're in Pennsylvania.
I'm in the little
hole. Oh man, you know who else came from Pennsylvania? That fucking shitty musician, Bruce Springsteen.
Yep.
Is it Bruce Springsteen?
Bruce Springsteen shitty.
Oh, I know Hillary Clinton's father.
He had like 2 or 3 good songs, Daniel, but those are all planned.
All right, Todd, thank you. Let's break this down a little bit. Still going to stay on the same topic for now. Let's talk to Clint. What do you think, Clint? Is Christianity the truth? Is the Bible the ultimate truth?
Well, define. What do you mean by that? You mean like, is it? Well, does it have a story that, or? Well, for me, it's like, I guess I'll explain my research journey of trying to archaeologically document the Bible and stuff, and that I do believe that the Bible warns of a group, in the there's many mentions of this group in the New Testament that, basically they are the worshipers of the star Sirius on the outer core, and the their worshipers were referred to as the dogs of Astaroth. The ancient Babylonian deity Astarte was synonymous with Ishtar, and ISIS and all these other ones, and that it's like they were warning against those religions because they knew the blueprint of those religions, and they knew what it was, and they knew that it was the worship of idolatry, the using of the masses for the agenda of the throne, basically, and that it's like there was a group, from my understanding, the whole New Testament, the important part to me is not what everyone else thinks it is. It's the fact that there was a secret society called Christianity, which dared to stand up to Rome and dared to not worship the Sol Invictus sun god and the 12 zodiacs, and who dared to dared to be wise, sapere ad. That's Latin for dare to be wise. And that their movement to me is parallel with the founding fathers of America, where the founding fathers were against the Vatican, the crown, the Illuminists, and that those same three groups were basically not in the same exact forms, but were active in ancient times under the same type of blueprint, basically, and that they just wanted people to be free, and that there's no freedom in the New World Order. The New World Order is not going to be free. It's going to be this utopia that everybody thinks is going to be good, but once it boils down to what it really is, it's going to be a nightmare. And that we're already watching it in the biggest cities. Like, you're in one of the test cities of the New World Order, basically, where like New York, California, those are test states. Chicago, that's a New World Order city. That's why these cities have such high crime. That's why DC has such high crime. They're New World Order. And the New World Order, in fact, does worship the star Sirius and venerate it. And the illuminated Masonic lodges, and I'm not talking about old Masonry, I'm talking about the Illuminati Masonic lodges, the ones that profess that they are the embodiment of the Luciferian force. Which that isn't every. There's 32nd degrees to this day who do not know about that doctrine, but they are the ones running the show, and that their great white lodge is on Sirius, and that it's Blavatsky and Alice Bailey, all these other writers, they write about the same thing, the Great White Lodge, and that it's like, so to bring it into modern times, the Babylonians, it's like what I was talking about last night with William Cooper, believing that the Babylonian religion was relevant because of biblical stuff, but he brings it into modern times through the Brotherhood, and that it's like Mackey was part of illumined Freemasonry at that time. It was already started to become illumined, and Mackey's definition of Mason differs from there's the whole thing about it's hard to explain. What Mackey's definition means, the blood tie of ISIS, and that the and that another definition was, I don't remember which writer, but it was men of May, as in May 1st, and that May 1st was the worship of the day of Moloch. May 1st is the Communist Day of Revolution, and that's not a coincidence. And that these worshipers of the star Sirius, who believe that they are ascended masters on the earth, who they are the nine, and that who believe that they are the controllers of humanity, and that anyone who is not initiated is lawful prey to them, they are running the show. And that they have destroyed Christianity, archaeologically speaking, and that they've made the story twisted in a way to where it's so hard to get the original story. I don't know what it is, but I know what it isn't. And I know that, but I do know specifically that the apostles warned specifically of worshipers of the star Sirius. And I believe that is a main prerogative of, researchers should definitely keep that in mind when researching the secret societies, because all of them have the same blueprint of the initiate.
It also
being.
Seems like, sorry to cut you off, I just want to get this in real quick, but it also seems like there was a lot of warnings, even from Christ himself, about the future of the church. Basically, he was saying that whatever it's supposed to be is going to be extremely perverted. You hear terms like, the false ones, false J's, or you hear about the synagogue of Satan, or you hear about a lot of things to do with the church. It seems like the corruption of the church was prophesized.
Oh yeah, well, it's real. I mean, it's like me and Lee were trying to tell you about the crown, where the crown is the false J's, the crown of Europe, of the crown of England, excuse me, and that the Anglo-Saxon crown of England, I believe that they were told that Adam Weishaupt, after being expelled from Bavaria, went to Saxe-Gotha, the house of Saxe-Gotha. The house of Saxe-Gotha merged with Coburg, and that it became Saxo-Coburg-Gotha, and that Weishaupt convinced the royal family that they were one of the 12 tribes of Israel. And next thing you know, they think they're Jewish when they're clearly not. And then the next thing you know, Adam Weishaupt is convincing them to rebrand the protocols of the elders of Zion, or to rebrand the Illuminati doctrine into that. And then that was unsuccessful. So then it was rebranded again into the Communist Manifesto, which, it's like William Cooper says, know them by their signs, symbols, and passwords. They all put their hand in their thing, the hidden hand. They all have the symbols of the sun, the rising sun, which Adam Weishaupt said, we shall no longer use the term Illuminati. We will use the symbol of the sun. And that in modern times, the crown has continued its British Israelism, and that because see, that's what me and Lee agree, that it is a white supremacist movement, but the term itself is very complex, where the white supremacists themselves have created the term white supremacists so that they can control the rhetoric. And that, so the crown of England is literally Anglo-Saxon. They're white. They believe that they should rule the world, that they should destroy certain other tribes of Israel, and that the whole Nazi movement was the Vatican and the crown manifesting itself, showing the Illuminati without any blinders. They were openly practicing the Illuminati religion, that is the outer core, which was the depopulation of man, and that it's like the French Revolution was the same as the Nazis, where they killed tons and tons of people. They were like, oh, you're a scientist? Put him in the gavels, chop his head off. You're dead. Oh, you're a Catholic, you're a Christian, put them in the fucking, chop their head off. That's what the Illuminati did in France.
If you look at the things first off, I agree with you about the royal family. They were actually replaced a long time ago by the Vatican. I believe the real, and feel free to correct me out there if I have this wrong, but I believe the real rulers of England should be the House of Stuart, and then they were replaced by the Windsors, but they try to keep the same blood kind of flowing in the family as well. But also, besides that, there's been a lot of racist comments that have come from members of the royal family. As you know, Meghan Markle has tried to point a lot of this out, and she's come under a lot of hate herself. I'm not going to speak whether or not she's a good person or not, or anything like that. It's kind of besides the point. She might be a severe narcissist or something like that, or some kind of psyop. I don't really know. But you also have a history of statements related to eugenics from the royal family as well, talking about one of those guys was talking about he wanted to be reincarnated as a virus so that he could wipe out a lot of the population. And the eugenics and the racial conversation kind of go hand in hand. Then you have the famous Nazi that actually crash landed in Britain because he was going over there because he was going to drum up sympathies for the basically the concepts that the Nazis held at the time of the white race inheriting the earth. But the list kind of goes on and on. So I don't think I was really disagreeing with you guys. I think we were just looking at it from different angles, and at the end there, I think we kind of concluded that we believe the same thing, but we might have different micro beliefs, or however you want to put it.
It's just there's so many details to it where it's really, the British Israelism episode that William Cooper does about England and Israel. See, it's like I believe that since they couldn't exterminate what they wanted to, and with Germany, that they formed a pact, and then they're like, okay, we can get all the Jewish people out of Europe. We'll just send them to Israel. And so like and then they wrote. That's why the Albert Pike and Giuseppe Mazzini letter is so important, because that's proof that they had a plan to pit the Jewish people, the real Jewish people, not not the royal families, misconception of them being. But anyway, so basically that the idea that the Islams would fight the Jewish people, that was already planned, and and it's all like laid out by these this outer core of the Illuminati, which has convinced the royal family that they are Jewish when they are in fact Anglo-Saxon German, and that
this conversation, this underlines something that I was kind of trying to point out in a lot of my long diatribes, or what do you want to call them, when I go on these shows and do this show and whatnot. But the Hebrew Israelites, they claim that they are Jews, and then you have kind of like the Robert Sefer sort of take on things. I don't know if he believes this exactly, but that the Jews were actually white and Caucasian, the Rh negatives, and you have these two opposing viewpoints that seem to underlie both the white supremacy and I guess what you call like a black supremacy, because there are black supremacists out there. We can't deny that. Both kind of claiming to be the Jews, and then you also have people that are Arab or Semitic that say that they are Jews as well. So I think we put a lot of too much importance on who the Jews were. I think Christ cleared this up in the story about the Canaanite woman who, he asked for her daughter to be healed, and he initially says, I can't heal you. You're a Canaanite. Canaanites are like dogs. All my healing needs to be saved for the children of Israel. And he says, well, even a dog gets scraps off the master's table. He pauses, he looks at her, and he says, you have very strong faith. And then he heals her daughter. Basically, what he's telling us is that race doesn't really matter. Bloodlines don't matter. What matters is your faith.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, like the Judaism itself is just a religion, but there are people that have attached themselves to it thinking that they're a race, and that, I don't believe the 12 tribes thing is actually real. I mean, it's kind of hard to say because of Simcha Jacobici's work, but it's, I believe that they're just symbols of the zodiac. There may have been 12 tribes that, hailed the zodiac sign as their symbol, and that but I believe in modern times it's all been perverted, but I mean we're still seeing the fruition of it with the wars, and it's no secret that the Illuminists wanted to depopulate the world, and that
we are headed for some wars.
Yeah, it's like that whole Islam versus Israel thing is, that's a depopulation, and that they're planning on the two groups to destroy each other.
Absolutely. Chad, what do you think?
Oh, yeah, I was really just responding, appreciating what y'all are talking about there, because we've obviously come a long way in what the public now understands about the very confusing topic of anti-Semitism and all this stuff. Right. But I think something that Clint or one of y'all said a second ago made me think of, I was learning about how, I'm thinking of the two phrases, white supremacy and anti-Semitism. Now, from what I understand, the concept of anti-Semitism was created by the Zionists to force the Jews to move over to Israel, because they also created Hitler to scare the crap out of them, to force them to move. So I'm thinking, okay, so then what does that teach us about what game they're playing today with this white supremacist term?
It's like it's like this whole, there really is white supremacists, but I wouldn't use that term. I would just call them KKK, basically, and that they are like a lower arm of the Illuminati, which is, it's like in modern times, my own girlfriend was canoeing on a river in the city because she went to a big city school, and that she's seen one of her teachers. They canoed by his house, and the teacher was wearing KKK garb, and that that there's and the school was a very I believe that many schools and colleges are full of KKK. Same with courtrooms with judges and lawyers who are KKK in secret. I believe that there should be a massive investigation with like 1 million Freedom of Information Acts filed under every attorney, on every judge, every congressman, every politician for a scrupulous, a huge background check to make sure that none of these people are involved with these secret societies that have oaths to foreign nations, oaths of allegiance, and that everything they're doing it's like this whole, like how you bring up the anti-Semitism thing, the KKK, the Anti-Defamation League was caught red-handed multiple times creating protest permits, getting protest permits for the Klan, and like they were caught doing all sorts of stuff that would from an average person's understanding of the Anti-Defamation League, they would be like, well, why are they doing that? Why would they promote racism?
Right.
And that
all of that was featured in the Blues Brothers movies at the time, if you remember.
Oh yeah, when they drive, they throw all the Nazis off the bridge by driving really fast. Yeah, that seems great.
Well, just great show as usual. That's all I have to say. I appreciate it.
Right on, Chad. Thank you, Clint. Alrighty. It's getting kind of late. Let's do one more topic. I kind of wanted to talk about what's called a theta state. So there is a certain time during the day when you are waking up from sleep or you're falling asleep, where the brain is, I guess you could say, it's more clear, or the signals are lower. There's a point where our subconscious can be much easily written into. And there's other people that would say that there's other things that are possible when you're in this state, such as astral travel and things of that nature. I've had a lot of experiences in this state. I seem to get a lot of messages from spirits and bad things, parasitism. You wake up with a shadow person in front of you, or several of them. One time I kind of woke up in that half sleep state, and a shadow person was actually laying next to me like it's my fucking girlfriend or something. It's fucking weird. And it's got two of its fingers sticking in my shoulder, and I feel like it's draining my energy. And I've heard people say these things are energy vampires before, but that was my firsthand experience having one of these things kind of trying to suck me dry. But that's kind of besides the point. But what I'm trying to say is that these powers that be, these elite, they are trying to put us into this state all the time. They're trying to kind of put us into a hypnotic trance through music, through imagery, through stuff on social media. There's a lot of different ways they're doing it. But I think what they really want to do at a lot of times is push us into a theta state. Dr. Robert, any thoughts on that? Any thoughts on the theta state?
Yeah, kind of, but I think you mean alpha state. Alpha state is the state where you're like the most suggestible. Theta's like psychic abilities, but it's kind of both though. It's like in between a little bit. But theta's like the state where like you like got psychic abilities like telepathy, clairvoyance, clairaudience. You know what I mean? Because clairvoyance is like when you see, clairaudience is when you hear messages, right? So some people
possibly. It says the definition is a theta state is the state between wakefulness and sleep related to the subconscious mind.
Yeah. Definitely. But like the subconscious mind is the psychic mind too. So it's different frequencies. Like just before you get to the theta state, the alpha state, or I'm just saying that, I'm not saying that's the way it goes, but I'm saying like it's that alpha state where like the human brain is very suggestible, because that's what they do to you in commercials. Like the way commercials work, they put you in an alpha state, which makes you more susceptible to suggestions. Movies, those type of things. That's why they show you commercials after you're watching movies and shit like that, because the movie puts you kind of like in a trance state, which is an alpha state, so you're more suggestible.
Or in church when they're
same
singing or having everybody be silent or waving around the incense. I feel like that's another example of
you're right.
bringing
You're
about
right.
a state of mind.
They're both frequencies, but like it's a specific frequency when you're talking about suggestions and influencing people. That's alpha.
Oh, gotcha. There was something you brought up in Down the Rabbit Hole where you mentioned marching and how marching creates a hypnotic state.
Yep. Like the thump, 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 like getting in the rhythm and losing yourself in it. You know, we do it all the time, and we fall into hypnotic states all the time. Have you ever been driving and you start to daydream like really deeply, and all of a sudden you kind of wake up and you realize you're home?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, you're in a hypnotic state. It's like you're literally on automatic pilot. That's
Dr. Robert, have you ever had any of these like parasitism experiences, old hag syndrome, kind of waking up and something's on you or trying to mess with you?
With hallucinations too, man, some scary shit. And then I had you talked about the shadow figures, right?
Oh yeah.
I remember one time I was asleep in my daughter's room. And because she took over my bed, because my bed has a TV in it. So I let her keep that room because I needed some sleep, so I went in her room. And I woke up, man, like kind of like half sleeping, half awake. It was like these small little shadow figures like lifting my cover up and examining me and shit. That shit was weird as fuck. But you know what helps? Like you feel uncomfortable, laugh.
Oh,
yeah,
that's what
the devil hates
this
laughing.
whole conversation's been about.
Yep,
Let me tell you, that's why Daniel's show is the #1 show in the world, according to my estimate. Because he has people on here like you, Dr. Robert, Superbrain, Clint Eastwood, Daniel, combing these topics.
You sound like
You said laugh. You said laugh. Listen, you said laugh. Oh, I must be in a deep state.
Yeah, laugh.
You said laugh.
Like negative energy.
I'm telling you right now. I had a realization, like, you know, if you've ever been on a bad drug trip when you have like that mind blowing realization.
I'm here too.
Laughter is the language of the universe. I had that realization one time. The universe laughs at your sad state. The universe, and you should laugh too. Because the struggle, I'm not saying it's good. I'm saying it's bad. Because if you ever listen to everything I've said.
You brought that up, Todd. Have you ever read The Personality of the Joker, really? Like what he's been diagnosed with? Like people think Joker's a psychotic. He's not, dude. You talk about laughter, like humor.
Yeah.
Like the Joker's diagnosis is super sane.
Yep.
Totally. He's responding to his natural environment, like what you would do if you woke up here yesterday and this is what the world looks like. And that's what kids don't realize. The young generation doesn't realize that they're waking up to like this new environment. Like you just said, the Joker. That's why they're doing that, Joker. That's why they're doing that programming.
The Joker knows how messed up society is and how ironic everything that's happening around us is and how everybody just fucking
in the 50s and the 70s they taught us morality. You know, if you go back to like that movie
Shit, I'm sorry, Todd. I just realized that it's like been 4 hours and 20 minutes. We're supposed to end the show at 4:20. So I apologize, everybody. Just having too much fun. Let's go ahead and close out and hear from everybody one more time before we call things to a close and draw the curtains to a close. Todd.
Oh, thank you for letting me sit on here for 4.5 hours. I love you, Daniel. I love your show. Everybody you got on here, they're such deep brains. I call you guys like super brains. You've heard so much information. You're taking this in. You're digesting it. You're weighing shit. You're not being told by mainstream news what the truth is. We've been going down a dark road, the deep rabbit hole for a long time. I appreciate you, Daniel, for hosting such a site that could even handle this stuff. If you had one good time that you liked Daniel's show, please donate to him. If you give him $5, $10, maybe, man, he do this all the time. Maybe we could all get out of the gutter and tackle these be researchers, Daniel. Get some relief from this evil world system. I love End of Days Radio. I hope you keep it going. End of Days rocks. Thanks, Daniel.
Thank you, Todd. Always good hearing from you. Next, let's talk to our man, the Geomancer.
Daniel, as always, thanks for having me. And I just wanted to say everything that you just mentioned about the, well, as you put it, theta state. What I've read is it's called the hypnagogic state. It's the state in between waking and sleeping where you're more susceptible to things. And I have experienced sleep paralysis in this state. I've experienced shadow creatures with glowing green eyes sitting on my chest. I've experienced visions from 2,000 years ago for 13 hours straight the one night. That was intense. And I've had multiple experiences where I've been completely disembodied with 360-degree vision in a dark world. And my most recent experience, I was surrounded by weird shadow beings, and I was starting to scream out these words that were like lightning and fire that was beginning to shatter them. And they literally had my roommate come in and wake me up because they didn't want me to do whatever I was doing. So there's definitely something to that.
Yeah, I agree entirely. It's amazing when you hear about other people having these experiences. For a long time, like when I was a kid, whole family was having them, and I didn't know what to think of them. And then all of a sudden, I hear about this show called Art Bell and Coast to Coast, where all these people are calling in and talking about these shadow person experiences. And then something clicked inside of me and said, "Aha! This is not just a collective hallucination shared amongst my family.
Right.
This is a real thing that people out there are experiencing."
Well, the other thing I will say too is what you were speaking about before was something that many people would call spiritual warfare, which is basically energetic influence and the effects it has on people. And a lot of that happens through all of the media we're experiencing. And there's definitely hidden symbolism behind stuff that is hypnotizing people or putting them in a distracted state to think what they want them to think. And that's probably why in ancient Egypt, after everything fell off, whoever survived scratched out all the emojis from the rocks because they knew that's what happened there.
Yeah, absolutely. The good stuff. Thank you, Geo, aka George. Love talking to you. Let's talk to Clint Aestwood, the third world assassin.
That's funny because in the city they used to call me the Beast.
The Beast. Oh, I'm tapping into something.
Well, because I was always trying to fight people, and I was always eating my food real quick, But I'd drink a beer and just drink the whole beer. And it was, whoa, I was always the official blunt roller. I'd roll these huge ass blunts, But anyways, we're just doing the sign off thing.
Yeah,
right now. Yeah. Well, just listen to William Cooper. I would say he was the most dedicated researcher to expose the Illuminati, and Cooper was against racism, and that Cooper was trying to just have people be free, and that the New World Order and all the isms, and all the political groups, they're not gonna make us free, and that Cooper's research, even just his Mystery Babylon series alone is detrimental to understanding the conspiracy and then not to mention his other 1,500 broadcasts where he goes through the mystery school teachings. He goes through the politics, the secret societies, he has episodes about all sorts of subjects that you wouldn't expect from the 90s and stuff. Like he had this what was it? He had an expose, not an expose, but it was like a, what do they call that? He had this one episode where it was about a Black Revolutionary War soldier, and he didn't tell any of the viewers. And then he had all these call-ins, and then at the end of the episode, he's like, "Well, this Revolutionary War soldier was Black, and that Black people did fight in the Revolutionary War for the United States of America to and that's why America was important, because he knew, just like he knew that America was not part of the Crown or Illuminati or Vatican, and that the freedom was the real thing. Because he may not have agreed with everything the founding fathers believed in, and neither do I, but the fact that they wanted the common man to have freedom, it's a long subject, but like
Hey, check this out real quick, Clint. Chad is saying Clint should make a playlist of William Cooper's greatest hits, so we don't have to watch all those zillion hours to get to it. Have you done that or thought of doing that? Taking a lot of your uploads and kind of putting it in kind of a sequential order of the best shit to the great shit type of thing?
I mean, there's so many subjects. It's the New World Order is so interconnected. The web of deceit and the secret societies and the ancient religions, that I believe it is necessary to listen to them all because of how far the research goes and how many people he had involved in the research. Like a pyramidal structure of a citizen-ran intelligence agency that was 50,000 people strong, that had 50,000 press passes and were going around the country causing all sorts of chaos by questioning things. And that but yeah, check out all the William Cooper uploads. Doesn't matter what the source is. I've got them on my channel.
You going live later? Illuminati news?
Yeah, I'll probably go live later after my girlfriend goes to sleep. If you want to come back on again. Well, I don't know if you have to work tomorrow.
Depends how late we're going.
Oh yeah. But yeah, check out the Cooper. You can also find the full list on Hour of the Time WordPress. Well, I don't know if it's a WordPress, but Hour of the Time has an archive. If you type in Hour of the Time archive, it should show up, and it has 4 or 5 different groups, which are like episodes 1 through 800, 800 through 1500, or it's like sections of the entire collection that you can listen to in MP3 form. Some of my episodes are from an old school, from like 2008 that I got off the web, that are more HD, which I'll mark them as HD because the size of the audio file is much larger than the MP3s that are on the Hour of the Time website. But basically, I mean, Cooper did something that none of us have done. He drew his line in the sand, and he said, "Fuck you. I'm not gonna pay unconstitutional taxes." And fuck you. I tell all my viewers to pay the unconstitutional taxes because I know that we live in fascism, and that fucking but if knowing is half the battle. I was in an argument with my stepdad the other day. He's like, "What are we supposed to do?" I'm like, "Well, you could at least know the goddamn conspiracy so you know what's happening to us." Because it's just like G.I. Joe. Knowing is half the battle. And if we don't know our enemy, we cannot defeat them. And that William Cooper says in Vietnam, they eat, slept, and breathed Vietnamese culture because they had to know their enemy. And that even though that was a whole...
Let's try to wrap up the...
Oh, yeah. But, Clint Eastwood, AE, like ether, as in the spirit plane. That's my YouTube, Clint Eastwood, Third World Assassin, and add me on Twitter, and spread the word. I guess just try to be a student. That's all. I'm just a student. Dan's student. Rob's student. We're all students of knowledge, and that we plan to, spread the knowledge. Basically, old school light seeker. All right, peace.
Right on. Thank you, Clint. And don't forget to head over to his show, Illuminati News, broadcasting from, where does he live again? The Great Lakes of Michigan. Now let's talk to the good doctor himself, Dr. Robert.
Hey, what's up, man? How are you? Yeah, I'm gonna end like I've been ending like recently. Just a little short little koan, little story that I want you guys to ponder. And this is for the white audience members only. I want you to just hear this out real quick. Once, in a village where the cherry blossoms whispered secrets of renewal each spring, lived a young girl named Lynn. Her spirit danced like the light through the leaves, vibrant and full of life. Yet a silent sorrow waited upon her heart, hidden like the shadows at dusk. One evening, under the canopy of a starlit sky, Lynn's grandmother, a wise elder with eyes like quiet pools of history, invited her to sit beside the fire whose flames held the memories of countless tales. With a voice as gentle as the breeze that stirs the leaves in late autumn, she began to weave a story, not just with words, but with the very essence of the past. Long ago, she murmured, our family tree was shaken by a storm of greed and betrayal. An ancestor, blinded by ambition, severed the bonds of brotherhood. This shadow has lingered long and dark. As her grandmother spoke, the fire crackled, the sparks leaking up like spirits from the past, each flicker a reflection of choice once made. Lynn felt the weight of the story seeping into her soul, a seed planted deep within the fertile ground of her mind. In the days that followed, Lynn walked alone, her heart echoing the turmoil of the narrative now intertwined with her being. She wandered through the bamboo forest, their stalks standing resilient and tall, a testament to endurance. She sat by the river, its waters flowing endlessly like the passage of time itself, carrying away the old, always ready to embrace the new. One day as the first light caressed the world, transforming the horizon into a canvas of hope. Lynn climbed to the temple where the ancient mountains held the sky. There an aged sage awaited, his presence as timeless as the stones around him. Lynn poured out her story like a river, breaking in the banks. The sage listened, his face a mirror of the lake beyond, reflecting not just her words, but the depth of her emotions. When she finished, his voice, soft, resonant, wove into her heart. Child of the valley, consider this. The past is but a shadow cast by the light of our present intentions. Your ancestors' deeds are like stones thrown into the vast river of time. They ripple outward, but the river moves on. You hold the power to channel its course, to purify its waters with the essence of compassion and wisdom. Let this knowledge not be a chain, but a key. Unlock with it the gates of understanding. Forged from your forefathers' missteps, a path of enlightenment and grace. Transformed by his words, Lynn descended from the mountain, a conduit of peace. Her every action infused with understanding, rippled through her community, nurturing the seeds of forgiveness and unity. As years folded into the fabric of time, Lynn herself became a sage, her life story told and retold, a beacon guiding others through their own shadows, teaching that within every heart lies the potential to transcend the past, to nurture the blossoms of forgiveness, and grow wings of profound transformation. That's all, folks. Please support Daniel's show. Support my girl ALC. Everything I'm doing is inspired by ALC. So support ALC. We're trying to change the world, man, and make it a place that works for all of us. And that's it. And please support Daniel. I can be found on Twitter, Dr. Robert LSD, on Instagram, Dr. Robert LSD on TikTok. Have a good day, y'all. Peace.
Thank you, Dr. Robert. Always good to talk to the good doctor and hear his diagnosis. We do need to do. Is Todd still there? Todd. I see his empty chair. That's just the ghost of Todd right there. Okay, he's not present. It looks like I'll be doing the mind-blowing moment of the day by myself. I'm going to say today's mind-blowing moment of the day. Let me check my notes, because without my notes, I have zero memory. Mind-blowing. I think it's the whole thing they're doing in the Ukraine with that reconstruction and all that. That's fascinating right there. Fascinating. I'm disturbed by the conflict just all around, and the fact that it's just been going on forever, and they just need more and more money, more and more money. That's the worst, right? Who has money for foreign wars? I know I don't. I don't want them spending my tax money on that stuff. I don't want them giving all my money to Israel. There he is,
Yeah.
Todd. One more time.
Oh, did I lose you? I hope I didn't step out at the wrong time.
No,
I love this show. You know, this show's the best show in the world. Listening to you bloviate, Daniel, you know, with your verbose language.
Mind-blowing moment of the day. Did you have a
mind-blowing moment of the day? Yeah, I have a mind-blowing moment. It's blowing our minds. It's blowing it away. Oh, mind-blowing moment of the day. It's blowing our minds. Blows it away. Oh,
blowing our balls.
Oh, blowing our balls. No,
blowing my mind up.
That did have some stories. Justice Alito, the number one headline. Someone had a picture from 2020. His neighbor, who somebody said the word cunt. She was flying the flag upside down. So Justice Alito now cannot be an impartial judge on any case, especially because there's Trump supporters that have been in jail for 3-4 years now, sitting in prison. That's a big story. That's a big one. But one judge, Daniel, his wife said that the neighbor said something about the C word, called her a C word. She's a my mind-blowing moment of the day, Daniel.
In general,
it's blowing my mind,
Todd,
blowing it away. Yes.
In general, it's not a good idea to call women the C word.
Mind-blowing moment. Don't say the C word. Oh, mind-blowing moment. Don't say the C word. Well, you got some good guests on you. You got Dr. Robert. You got fucking that lady tonight, Courtney
Turner.
Courtney Turner. I'm going to look her up immediately.
All right,
Dr.
Todd,
Robert, Clint Aestwood.
You're the man. I'll talk to you next time. Todd, a little bit drunk. And I'd love to talk to him more, but we got to end the show. So let's talk sports real quick. I'm just going to run through it because I've got zero time left. Caitlin Clark off to a slow start. I don't know who's anticipating that. Seems like she's not quite doing as good as people were hoping or expecting. Keep in mind, people, she's in the pros now. It's not uncommon for a rookie of any kind to have trouble once they reach the professional status, and all of a sudden they have to play at a much higher tier. Just me myself, the only sport I really did at school was wrestling. And there's a big difference between a high school wrestler and a college wrestler. There's a big difference between a junior high wrestler and a high school wrestler. There's a difference between a college wrestler and an Olympic wrestler. We're talking about levels and tiers here. And at a pro level, it's a pro level. Look at football. How many guys are these huge prospects, but they go up to the pro level and get decimated, just don't show any of what they're able to show at the college level. Give her a chance. I think that she'll do fine. She obviously has the talent there. She's just adjusting to something new. I think that's something that's been said in various sports writings. I think that people are much too knee-jerk, especially around sports, and they're expecting miracles right off the bat. I don't think you should necessarily do so. Joe Rogan, jumping over to the world of MMA, Joe Rogan says that modern MMA favors strikers and that should change. I don't know about that, Joe. I think it's just fine the way that it is. I don't think that people want to watch two grown men roll around on the ground for hours. They just don't. It's what type of interest has anybody ever had in collegiate wrestling or freestyle wrestling? There is no interest in it besides the Olympics, right? That sometimes get aired on cable. People don't want to see grappling. It's the truth. People do not want to see grappling. They want to see striking. They want to see exciting fights. And then you have the fact that if we're trying to emulate an actual street fight or trying to come as close as possible, you cannot grapple like you can in a real fight if you're on the street, because you're going to be rolling on top of glass. You're going to have cars running your face over. You're going to have the dude's buddies come up and kick you in the head. Weapons are going to be pulled out. People tend to avoid grappling in the street fight. Sometimes they'll go for slams, but mostly they'll try to kind of avoid it much more than in an MMA fight where you're in a controlled environment and you could take somebody down right off the get-go and not have to worry about your face flying into a corner of a table or something like that. Right? It's not more realistic because you're doing the grappling. Although I do think that there's something to be said about the early UFC stuff and early MMA stuff where they didn't have so many rules. It seemed to have a magic about it that is not really there anymore, and maybe that's why I don't watch it like I used to. I just don't find it as interesting, especially because Pride FC is no longer around. More and more football games are moving to streaming services. I think that that's universal for all sports. We're in a weird period right now where a lot of people still have cable and still watch cable and watch the networks. And then you have more and more stuff jumping over to Amazon, to Netflix. Like WWE is going on Netflix with their weekly programming. Probably a smart move for them. It just seems more and more people are tuning out from that high cable bill, and they're just kind of customizing what they want to watch. But it's annoying when you want to follow everything from your team, because you have to jump aboard 2 to 4 different services just to stay current on your team, where you used to be able to just turn the TV on, or I guess you can still just turn the radio on. That's pretty much the same. But we're in a weird transitional period, and I can't say that I like that very much. I don't like having to do all that. That's pretty much all I have. I just really appreciate everybody that showed up tonight. It was a great show, a great guest. This show continues to just, we're doing it at kind of a weird time today. We're doing it on an early Saturday instead of a late Friday. And it started off kind of slow, but then we topped off at about 210 live viewers. So that, in my mind, is pretty damn good. I don't think a lot of podcasts can say that they have that many live viewers or anything close to it, unless you're some kind of famous comedian or something like that, or you just have a really good show and a big audience. You have a lot of that out there too. But I just feel it, right? I feel that things are changing, that the show is blowing up like it's never before. And if you're a new fan, if you're a new listener, just welcome to things. Try to check out the old episodes if you have the time, and try to come and join us on this live show. The live show is really what it's all about. It's all about coming here live and actually inputting. That's when I think you're going to reach the maximum benefit of what this show can do for you, and you're going to be able to experience it on a whole new level. Even if you just hang out in the chat and throw a comment in there, we're very interactive with the chat. We're constantly relaying these questions to guests, or they're starting conversations. Just hang out in the chat. You don't even have to turn your computer on. You can do everything from your smartphone, and you can set your YouTube account to be notified when the show comes on. And yeah, we might not be on YouTube forever, and if that happens, it's not the end of the world. We're trying to hang out on here as long as we can, but eventually the powers that be decide we're not right for this platform. Understandable. It's not going to be the end of the world. There's a lot of options. Our guest earlier was very very informative of different places you could go. She mentioned quite a few different platforms. I think we need to embrace and these other platforms. But this show's gone on too long. Okay, thank you guys. Love you guys. Donate to the show if you don't mind. Head over to endofdaysradio.com. Thank you so much. I'm Daniel, signing out from those itty-gritty broken ruins here in the great nation of Babylon. Thank you guys, and good night.